Chapter 510. The middle-aged man in the camera had a long and narrow face with deep eye sockets. His expression didn't change even when Tian Bang pointed at him. The audience in the live broadcast room were guided by Tian Bang's words. Most of them looked at the man's forehead. However, this man was wearing a police cap. The hood of the cap covered his face. From the angle of the camera, they couldn't see what was underneath the cap. Zhang Ji wanted to change the angle of the camera, but judging from Tian Bang's words. No, Tian Bang didn't even need to hint. As an outstanding streamer, Zhang Ji's brain contained the video data of all registered extraordinaries and the vast majority of B-rank powerhouses in the world. Under the new stimulation, she was able to confirm the true identity of the police officer in front of her in a flash. Oh my God! Zhang Ji unconsciously let out a low cry. Perhaps her reaction was too big, but it drew the attention of the police officer. His light brown eyes revealed an ice-cold ruthlessness. It was just like the silver metal headband that was revealed after he took off his police cap. The headband covered most of this person's forehead. Strange symbols were engraved on it, unrecognizable to ordinary people. Under the illumination of the lights in the room, the symbols protruded as if they could struggle out at any time. It was extremely mysterious. When this special metal headband appeared, all uncertainties came to an end. Iron Hoop Jin Tong, extraordinary, the leader of the 5 metal hunting group. He was without a doubt one of the most powerful hunters in the world. This was a true powerhouse at the level of the Great 100. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room exploded by 50% in an instant. It had already broken 12,000 people. Compared to the number of internet celebrities in the world, this number was certainly a tragedy. But it must be known that this was already a fifth of the entire society. Jin Tong has entered Xia City. Gang Xiong just died. A storm is coming. No, the heavens are already crying from fright. Aha! I want to go to Xia City too. Jin Tong's arrival undoubtedly proved that the rumors of 2 out of 1,000 and 16 billion were correct in a realistic sense. Even though He Wayne had just expressed the firm attitude of the Xia City branch half a minute ago, it couldn't stop the crazy growth of weeds in the hearts of certain people. Xia City has Ouyang Chen and Her Majesty Empress Wu. Jin Tong has already arrived. There may be even more powerhouses rushing there, but I can always go watch the excitement. Besides, so many powerhouses have gathered in Xia City. What if both sides are injured? What if I'm a little luckier, and the fisherman really benefits from it? At this moment, it was unknown how many people were watching the live broadcast while booking flights to Xia City. Moreover, they were piously praying, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" It would be best if they fought until the sky turned dark, until the sun and moon lost their light. Only then would they be able to give opportunists like them a chance. Perhaps due to the prayers of tens of thousands of people, the atmosphere at the scene of death was indeed cold and stiff. This was especially true for Jin Tong, a dignified extraordinary who had been exposed with a single sentence and in such a mocking tone. Even if Jin Tong wasn't a vain person who cared about status and style, he still had a high self-esteem. It was just like how after his whereabouts were exposed, he took the initiative to remove his disguise and come face to face with her. He looked straight at Tian Bang. Youngsters these days grow their wings early. Deep Blue is indeed a nurturing place. Tian Bang faced the Transcendent Belle's cold gaze, but he could still smile. Mr. Jean is much thinner than I imagined. You can actually still wear such a big headband. Presumably, you're interested in Deep Blue because you're in the health business. It looks like the information we heard wasn't without reason. He didn't retreat as he spoke. Instead, he advanced forward. He laughed as he took 2 steps to the side, blocking Jin Tong and the metal component on the ground. I heard that Mr. Jin's cultivation hasn't been smooth in recent years, so he blazed a new path and played with some fancy tricks. He started a prosthetic game on the members of his hunting squad. He's trying to correct his path and climb to new heights. I wonder how he's progressing? Jean Tong's gaze grew even colder. He didn't respond and directly moved forward. How big was the workshop at the scene of death? The group of people were very close. In the blink of an eye, the distance between Jean Tong and Tianbang was already only an arm's length apart. But Tianbang's expression didn't change. Mr. Jin's extraordinary power is metallization. The matter of changing the nature of a material sounds grand and grand. I just want to know, how should the relationship between the metal used for prosthetic games and Mr. Jin be expressed? Is it the kind of mysterious, illusory wind that splits the mind and splits the soul? Before he finished speaking, a long, sizzling sound rang out. It was as if a piece of red-hot iron had been repeatedly thrown into ice water. It brought about a great deal of bubbles and white smoke. At this moment, at least 20 layers of format fire soared in the space of an arm's length apart. Layer upon layer, they collectively constructed the tightest format domain. But Jean Tong was even faster than Tianbang by an instant. He raised his hand without hesitation and exerted force. His palm suffused with a metallic luster stabbed straight at Tianbang's chest. Dignity was one thing, and actual combat was another. Jean Tong didn't have the self-awareness of a traditional senior expert. When an expert clearly expressed hostility, whether it was a mutant or a burner, raising his hand and killing them was the correct choice. What's more, Jean Tong had an idea of Tianbang's reputation. The first person below the extraordinary, the successful combination of the burner and the blood flame system. The most successful example of Project Deep Blue. All these titles combined together was enough to prove that his strength couldn't be underestimated. And there was also He Yuan at his side. A burner could launch a combined attack at any time, anywhere. It definitely wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Of course, it wasn't complicated. Jean Tong had never felt that there was anything in the world more difficult than one's own cultivation. He was a fleshly body strengthened. Even after becoming an extraordinary, the gap between spirit and fleshly body had rapidly shrunk. However, his fleshly body was still his most powerful weapon. The stronger one was, the better one had to be at using it. Jean Tong's body had already become semi-metallic wherever his thoughts passed. His flowing bodily fluids also changed slightly in nature. Surging power circulated and passed through the special structure of his body and soul. It stimulated the free electrons within the metal crystals and instantly formed a powerful electric current. Amidst crackling sounds, the electric arc shot out and further ionized the air. It continuously increased the strength of the electric field and formed a violent conflict with the format domain. Amidst the crackling sounds, the format fire and electric fire interweaved and then spread in all directions. Apart from He Yuan, who was already participating in the attack and defense in the form of the format domain, everyone else in the room was out of luck. Everyone's bodies were paralyzed. Some of the unlucky policemen who were in the worst position were hit head-on by the high-voltage electric current. Even though the format fire had melted some of it, it was as if they had been hit by a heavy fist. They were sent flying into the wall and then fell down. At this time, their skin was charred black and on fire. It was unknown if they could survive. The electric field of the extraordinary domain wasn't actually good at killing, but under the coverage of the domain, the powerful ionization and electrolysis could destroy the basic structure of all matter and then reassemble it into a mess at will. The format domain was also seriously affected, and its structure was basically on the border of deformation and collapse. Jean Tong still had the strength to change the direction of the electric field strength. His energy beam took form, but the twisted arcs of light were like knives and whips. There was even a terrifying heat rising. Just by streaking across the air, a tyrannical aura of death came rushing over. Jean Tong controlled all of this from the center of the electric field. Wherever his thoughts passed, the lightning whips lashed out as they pleased. Even though the two peak burners were protected by the combined formatted domains, Their arms, chests, shoulders, and cheeks were all left with scorched marks. Jean Tong aimed the killing power of the electric whip at He Wayne. As for the other, the metal structure in the corner warped soundlessly, turning into a narrow and thin blade. It shot up soundlessly and went straight for Tian Bang's lower abdomen. Everyone had to die in a specific way. Lightning flashed, and the killing intent was imminent. He Wayne had actually raised a metal blade with good conductivity, and Tian Bang seemed to be completely unaware of the killing intent that was so close to him. Let's end this. Jean Tong felt the cold and tight headband on his head, and his thoughts focused. But in the instant that the electric light completely tore apart the format domain, a new power came crashing down from above. Suppression. That power was so terrifying that it directly pressed down from above. It was majestic and magnificent, but it also perfectly matched the format domain. Under its guidance, the format of fire that had already been destroyed and scattered actually surged in an instant, as if a roaring, active volcano was being suppressed. The extraordinary electric field domain instantly warped. Under the effect of the power, the floor beneath Jean Tong's feet was like rotten soil, or maybe it was simply melted. Having lost his support, he fell rapidly. It was only then that Jean Tong had a hilariously vigilant thought, which proved that even his spiritual will had been disturbed in that short period of time just now. The moment the sense of danger arose, alarm bells rang. As one of the most outstanding hunters, Jean Tong instinctively wanted to retreat, or at least break away from this completely passive situation. But his opponent didn't give him any openings to exploit. That power was truly integrated as one, piercing straight down from the top of his head. The pressure skyrocketed until the high temperature rolled in reverse. Lightning coiled around his body, and the electric field swayed chaotically. Jean Tong growled in a low voice. He had already used an explosive secret technique to resist the tremendous pressure that was pressing down. The power of pressure and recoil intersected, and the entire office building he was in seemed to be filled with gunpowder. Dozens of floors collapsed one after another, and sparks shot out in all directions, blasting hundreds of meters away. The surrounding buildings were all shaking, and large pieces of glass walls cracked at almost the same time, raining down a storm of shards. The 75th floor of the office building swayed at an angle of almost 30 degrees. Zhang Ji was hit head-on by the shock wave and fell into a corner. She was so confused that even the camera crashed into the wall. Fortunately, she relied on her professional instincts and quickly moved her hand over to act as a buffer. She also grabbed the camera in time to ensure that the thing that made a living could still be used normally. Fortunately, the floating camera had been modified by a famous expert, and it could still maintain its working state in such a tragic electromagnetic field. Only the internal light sensors and corresponding components were operating crazily, barely digesting the stimulation of the strong light and the shock wave, restoring a relatively clear image to the live stream room. The live stream room, which had gathered nearly 15,000 people, was completely silent. The streamer didn't speak, and most people forgot to join in. Under the influence of the herd mentality, the image was clean, and there was only the crack that led straight to the bottom of the building, as well as the sparks and lightning that were spewing out from inside. It was like an active volcano in the city. And from this bottomless crack came Jean Tong's slightly hoarse roar. Wu Zhao! The sound and visual effects aren't bad. Chapter 511. Was the volcano about to erupt? The office building shook to such an extent that it seemed like it would snap in half at any moment. Zhang Ji was swaying left and right, her vision spinning. But half a second later, she successfully controlled the floating camera to fly out of the window. From a vertical angle, she captured part of the explosive scene from the 50th floor of the office building. This surging scene fully demonstrated Zhang Ji's ability to capture the camera after years of seeking death. Of course, at this time, no one would think that much. Most of the viewers in the live stream could only stare, dumbfounded, at the high-rise office building. From the base to the top, Half of the building had been washed by the shock waves of flames and lightning. From this scene, it could be seen that Jean Tong had been struck from the 75th floor all the way to the surface. He was more than 300 meters high, and the floor slabs, steel bars, metal frames, and so on were destroyed. Moreover, this did not include the number of people who might have died inside the building. This was a battle between extraordinaries. For most of the viewers in the live stream who paid attention to the battle results, this was not the first time they had seen extraordinary spar, fight, or even fight to the death. But that was because they had to rely on advanced video technology to watch relevant videos, highlights, and so on. There were less than 100 extraordinaries in the world, so it was impossible for them to be their live stream guests all the time. A very small number of people would occasionally be lucky enough to see a live broadcast, which was enough for them to savor for 3 to 5 years. But now, a true extraordinary level battle was unfolding in front of their eyes. On one side was Iron Hoop Jean Tong, one of the strongest wild hunters in the world. As for the other side, the name Jean Tong shouted had already revealed who his opponent was. Her Majesty Empress Wu. Ever since her battle with the High Priestess of the public church 2 months ago, announcing to the world that she had become an extraordinary, Her Majesty Empress Wu had finally revealed her extraordinary power to the world once again. Compared to the unfathomable mysteries on the spiritual level, there is no doubt that the current scene of buildings collapsing and mountains shaking was more in line with the aesthetics of the general public. Under the constant shaking of the camera, the number of viewers in Zhan Ji's live stream broke through from 15,000 to 20,000 in just a few seconds. Then it continued to skyrocket. By the time the dust at the bottom of the stairs blocked everyone's view, the number of viewers watching the dust-filled scene had already exceeded 28,000. This had already exceeded 40% of the society's membership. On one hand, one could see how attractive a battle between extraordinaries was. On the other hand, one could see that the Xia city disturbance possessed an astonishing level of popularity. This was the reason why such a large number of spectators could explode in such a short period of time. Zhan Ji had not paid attention to the situation in the live broadcast room for a long time. In a dangerous building that could collapse at any moment, she could only try her best to calm her heartbeat. At the same time, she prayed to the gods around her, hoping that the main battlefield between the two extraordinaries would appear in the area her camera could cover. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. For extraordinaries, the topography of an office building was never a reason to restrain them from using form displacement and transposition. If they wanted to, the entire Xia city would become their battlefield. How could a puny little streamer determine the direction for two extraordinaries? But just as Zhan Ji was gasping for breath and praying, someone suddenly grabbed her by the shoulder. The person's posture was very intimate, and he even blew a breath of air into her earlobe. "Oh, Zhan Ji, don't be nervous. A beautiful and dedicated streamer like you is very rare in this world. The heavens will certainly make your wishes come true." Major General Tian. Zhan Ji didn't care that Tian Bang was taking advantage of her. She was just angry that this fellow had disturbed her work. Tian Bang chuckled as he stuck close to her. He continued to give her advice. "You must hold the camera firmly. You can't miss out on a wonderful scene." What did he mean? Zhan Ji was stunned for a moment. Then she saw a blurry figure soar into the sky amidst the dust and smoke that filled the sky. It was Jean Tong. Given Zhan Ji's strength, it would be very difficult for her to keep up with the speed of an extraordinary if she really wanted to dash forward like a hurricane. This was the case even with the assistance of a camera worth millions. But at this moment, Zhan Ji could clearly see Jean Tong's figure soar into the sky. She also saw the figure's speed grow slower and slower. It was as if his momentum had come to an end, but it was more like he was being forcefully restrained by some invisible force. It was clearly not the gravity of Earth. It was an even more unyielding and direct force, an even more terrifying and tyrannical force. In the next second, Zhan Ji saw Jean Tong, who had reached the end of his ascending momentum, become like a deformed baseball. He was fiercely struck by an invisible club. A powerful force poured into him, sending him flying. His speed had increased explosively by more than 10 times, 100 times. In the face of such a terrifying acceleration, the originally continuous footage became disjointed. In that instant, the vast majority of people only heard the sound of an explosion. They saw the cloud of the sonic boom explode and the dust and smoke in that area disappear. Jean Tong's figure had disappeared. Zhang Ji's vision blurred. She could no longer see Jean Tong's figure. Here. At this time, Tian Bang, who was still maintaining an intimate posture, gently held the back of her neck. He exerted a little force and gestured for her to shift her line of sight. The corresponding camera also shifted accordingly. Half a second later, the tens of millions of dollars worth of camera automatically focused. It happened to capture the figure that was fiercely bounced off the glass wall of the building a block away. Bounced? That's right, bounced. This scene, the awkward scene, almost made some of the OCD viewers vomit blood. Zhang Ji's logical thinking was also almost messed up. Fortunately, she was definitely not a vase that only knew how to act cute. On the contrary, she was an excellent streamer with very solid professional knowledge. While most people were still doubting their own eyesight because of the absurd scene in front of them, Zhang Ji had already calculated the kinetic energy that Jean Tong carried at that moment based on the distance between the two buildings, the flight time of Jean Tong, and his approximate weight. Jean Tong's weight was about 80 kilograms, and his flight time was about 5 seconds. He was already a block away, and the straight line distance was about 1,800 meters. Based on this calculation, the kinetic energy he carried could reach about 500 million joules. This impact exceeded the standard equivalent of 100 kilograms. It was similar to the power of a traditional battleship's main cannon from more than a century ago. Compared to the legendary humanoid nuclear bomb level extraordinaire, the absolute power of this attack was only SOSO. Zhang Ji also couldn't calculate the specific increase in the mental interference with the material plane. But the problem was that even if she only calculated the pure kinetic energy, such a high-speed impact actually didn't break through the glass wall 1 block away. This was something that shouldn't happen in the normal world. Since it had already happened, it proved that the rules of the area she saw had already invisibly changed. Did the building suddenly get strengthened? Or did Her Majesty Empress Wu directly change the direction of the force? She couldn't get an answer, but the direct result of this scene was all the pressure brought about by the conversion of kinetic energy was borne by Jean Tong's body to the greatest extent. Being hit by a main cannon and having a cannonball explode in the stomach were two different things. If a standard equivalent of 10 kilograms was effectively used on a coin, without considering the wear and tear of the coin itself and its travel route, it could theoretically make this thing fly out of the Milky Way galaxy. 10 times the force was used on Jean Tong's body without holding anything back. Even an extraordinary would find it hard to endure such a tragic result. With a puff, blood splattered out of Jean Tong's eyes, ears, and nose. His eyeballs were about to pop out, and his thin and long face was contorted from the pain. His exposed skin was instantly smeared with a layer of red, and it was unknown how many of his capillaries and skin tissues had collapsed. As for the extent of the damage to his internal organs and bones, only Jean Tong himself knew. It was very difficult for outsiders to see the limits of an extraordinary. Just like at this moment, Jean Tong was suffering from all sorts of injuries. But in the blink of an eye, a hoarse and violent roar rang out. Jean Tong screamed as he curled up and shot out with all his might. Ah! The roar spread out, but what really made people's scalps go numb was another source of sound. In the void, it was as if hundreds of bowstrings had been released. Amidst this increasingly dense tremor, be it the building or the air a street away, everything produced dizzying distortions. There was another explosive rumble, and Jean Tong's body instantly turned into a tangible bubble before disappearing. Tian Bang's hand moved again, and Zhanji consciously looked up in the direction of the force. She saw that in the gray sky, a long azure scar had been torn open at some point. It extended southeast, and wherever it passed, a dark red color seeped out. Jin Tong had probably activated some kind of long-distance escape technique. In the blink of an eye, he had already traversed dozens of kilometers and was almost out at sea. He ran away, just like that. The battle between transcendents had ended. Zhan Ji was a little dumbfounded by this anticlimactic ending, and so were the 30,000 viewers in the live stream channel. It wasn't until the long scar was about to disappear into the horizon that a large number of bullet comments appeared. What's going on? Jin Tong has typed GG. Her Majesty Empress Wu has also typed GG. Jin Tong says that Xia City is too hard. He can't break through. I must have seen a fake live stream. But that fall just now really hurts. Accelerating from 0 to 10 times the speed of sound in an instant, and then returning to 0 in an instant. Just what kind of experience is that? Teacher Jin Tong can give lessons in the future and impart his experiences, but does he really know how Her Majesty Empress Wu did it? The surging bullet comments were already mixed in with the comments of many powerhouses. There was no lack of mockery and ridicule among them. It was true that Jin Tong's performance today was worse than dog shit. From start to finish, one of the best wilderness hunters in the world had been completely controlled by Her Majesty Empress Wu. He had completely lost the rhythm he should have had. Was Jin Tong not at his best, or was Her Majesty Empress Wu's strength beyond imagination? Chapter 512. Don't get distracted. Tian Bang reminded her. Zhan Ji looked up in shock and saw the dark clouds above Xia City distort once more. They burst apart. Although the turbulence was great, there was no sound. It was because of this that the pencil-straight long scar that nearly sunk into the horizon suddenly twisted and fell diagonally downwards. They were still fighting. Zhan Ji looked up at the strange scene in the sky and was delighted at first. She felt that the live broadcast could continue. But then she realized that the battlefield was too far away. It was beyond her reach. The broadcast room was filled with howls of grief when they saw the transmitted image. Some people didn't give up and encouraged, brothers and sisters of Xia City, it's time for you to show your worth. There really was a response from Xia City. I'm looking at Dongshuan Beach. I'm going with you. Squeak. I'll go. They're specifically currying favor with Her Majesty Empress Wu. Please share your live broadcast room number. Please open up the donation channel. It'll be easier to handle the aftermath. No matter how noisy the broadcast room was, Zhan Ji was very anxious. She looked all around, trying to find a miraculous way to rush over. At this time, her earlobes heated up again. Tian Bang continued to tease, "Do you need a ride? I just happen to have a flying car. I can just go downstairs." Zhan Ji turned her head. After being taken advantage of for so long, she finally saw Tian Bang's face after the battle. Tian Bang was actually in a sorry state at the moment. His hair was a little unkempt because he was directly facing Jin Tong's extraordinary electric field, and there was even a scorch mark on his face, adding some blood and fire to his sunny, boyish smile. Of course, it also revealed part of his true nature. Zhan Ji blinked. The bit of emotion in her heart was quickly diluted. Doubt surged in her mind, and the vague thoughts that originally existed gradually became clear. You guys, you can't use the word "we" carelessly. I'm such a clean stream. When you mention me, it sounds like I'm forming a clique and scheming. That's how it was. Zhan Ji was about to ask again when Tian Bang took the lead. He leaped out of the broken window and flew downwards. This office building had been tossed around for so long. Anyone who wanted to use the elevator would have a serious problem with their intelligence. Zhan Ji naturally followed, but when she came out of the window, she subconsciously turned her head. She saw He Wayne staying at the scene. She had no intention of following. "Hey, hurry up!" Tian Bang called out from below. Zhang Ji caught up. What about Vice President He? She also has to clean up the mess. Ever since she became a secretary, this skill has been maxed out. I'm training Juling so that he can learn more. Zhang Ji sighed. She felt that Tianbang's description of Officer, his character, was a little broken. But very quickly, the desolate scene below dominated her senses and state of mind. Looking at the buildings that were almost in ruins, Zhang Ji could not help but feel sorrowful. The aftermath was probably the most difficult. The number of casualties caused by the clash of transcendence just now was probably no less than the chaos from last night until now. It was true that the police had sealed off the office building, but they had also used manpower. Just now, almost the entire building had been blown up. The police on duty should have suffered heavy casualties. Just as she was thinking, Zhang Ji's line of sight coincidentally cut into the broken window of the dilapidated building. She caught a glimpse of a young policeman sitting on the ground in a daze. Clearly, he was stunned by the scene just now. But the key point was that he was still alive. It was not just this person. Along the way, Zhang Ji saw more and more policemen. There were not many normal people. Dazed, stunned, crying, laughing, but they were all alive, although it was not pleasant to hear. Zhang Ji still had to say that this was the biggest abnormality. Zhang Ji was also stunned. They again. Zhang Ji took a deep breath and ignored Tianbang's joke. She asked directly, how did they survive? She knew herself. At the moment when the two transcendents collided, even if she, a level C ability user, was placed a few floors below, it would be difficult for her to survive the impact of the volcanic eruption. If there were dozens or hundreds of policemen in the building and only one person was lucky enough to survive, it would be acceptable. But if dozens or hundreds of policemen all died, it could only mean that there was a force more powerful than the goddess of luck at work. The camera that was synchronized with Zhang Ji's line of sight also showed the situation in the dilapidated building to the live broadcast room. D*men, I clearly saw someone being blasted out of the building by the shockwave, and there was more than one. Where are the corpses? There are no corpses, but a few people successfully landed in the air. There are also the new generation of iron men and poor conductors. I feel like I won't survive. The inner world has already been crushed by the military and police's combat power, right? The waterfall-like bullet screen was mostly filled with exclamations of admiration and ridicule. Compared to this, the comments on the forums were a bit more practical. Someone deduced, "Take care of this lowly person's weak logic." I would rather believe that when Her Majesty Empress Wu made her move, there was someone by her side to protect her. A certain Xia City ID made a direct judgment. The Empress Wu is in charge of offense, and the President is in charge of defense. The Empress Wu is in charge of external affairs, and the President is in charge of internal affairs. There's nothing wrong with that. Are you talking about Ouyang Qin? It makes sense if he was the one providing support. It would be in line with his usual style. This way, we can explain things to the government and the military. With the confluence of the military and government forces, does Xia City really want to play independent? It can't compare to some headquarters. They sell their bodies to lick the boots of others while they're at it. Xia Chue is inflated. It's full of farts inside. Mother****. I'll give you this. Which bastard was the one who leaked the 2000s? Several floors later, the map rumbled and exploded. At this time, those who still persisted in rational discussion belonged to the outliers. Someone in the middle asked weakly, "What if Her Majesty Empress Wu did all of this by herself? What does that mean?" This was originally a very good question, but a certain ID cut in at the right time and analyzed the overall situation. His mouth was very big, and his tone was even louder. Xia City probably wants to establish its might. Ouyang Qin and Yu Gang are certainly involved in this plan, and they most likely didn't play a good role. Establishing its might is especially effeminate. Can it really frighten people without the deaths of millions? F***CK, the person above just opened his mouth. That's awesome. The person above is the one with commendable courage. That's right, I'm talking about you. The great blood demon is mighty. He hit the nail on the head. Purple gold authentication. It really is blood demon. I'll take a photo with Great God Blood Demon as a souvenir. Is Great God Blood Demon still accepting disciples? Can I kneel first? Because of the sudden appearance of the extraordinary blood demon, the RT-8313 mission thread became exceptionally noisy. After a series of tosses and turns, the thread basically reached a consensus. Indeed, under the provocation of 2,016 billion resources, the eyes of the vast majority of people would turn red with greed. If Xia City was suspected to be an allied power and haggled over the lives of people at this time, it probably wouldn't serve as a deterrent. Instead, it would encourage the greed of certain people and nurture their wishful thinking. So you're saying that Jean Tong can also retreat unscathed? Most likely. How many extraordinaries are there in the society? If one were to be cut down just like that, the pressure on Xia City would be enormous. In the thread, someone had already posted a crying, laughing emoji. Thanks to the great blood demon's auspicious words, I will immediately book a plane ticket to Xia City. When I return, I might even be able to get the treatment of being escorted out of the country as a gift. Shameless as the person above, will you allow me to tour Xia City with you? Let's go together. One-way plane tickets should be enough. Dog fart. Pure trash. Zhang Yingying was still spinning around on the Huanhai Highway due to the problem of the journey. She was already very annoyed, but when she saw the message on the forum, her anger surged. She smashed her fist on the steel plate of the car. There was a loud bang, and the place where she smashed her fist made a deep dent. This is an armored car. The corner of the special police officer's eye twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything. Zhang Yingying's anger had yet to subside. She smashed the car 2 more times. Suddenly she froze. Her gaze pierced through the front windshield and looked at the scenery of the sea and sky outside the Huanhai Highway. After going around for half a day, she had actually fought her way here. Stop the car! The armored car finally got the chance to show off its performance. It came to a screeching stop. Zhang Yingying pushed open the car door and leaped. She circled around the body of the car like a flipping petrel and plunged down the sea of the precipice. When the special police officer staggered out of the car, he saw the long-legged beauty with a strange temper running fast on the precipice, still heading for the golden beach in the distance. With a muffled bang, a column of water dozens of meters high exploded on the surface of the sea 100 meters offshore. The surging waves and the splashing water droplets almost slaughtered all the creatures in the surrounding water, including the undercurrents in the deeper water. After such a series of actions, the terrifying kinetic impact was finally reduced by more than half. Ah! Jean Tong gasped loudly. He popped his head out of the shallow water, but he spat out another mouthful of blood, which mixed with the icy rain, salt water, gray waves, and white foam. There were also the remains of several fish and jellyfish. He felt that most of his soul had been lost, but he didn't have time to think about the extent of the injury to his body and soul. Instead, he used all his strength to stimulate his yuan qi and calm his mind. He also prepared an overbearing secret technique to stimulate his potential, ready to withstand the terrifying impact from Her Majesty Empress Wu. However, after a few seconds, although the pressure from the opposite side was always there, the substantial impact did not come. I actually smashed into the sea. Good luck. The sound waves were transmitted from the golden beach that faced the sea. Under the erosion of the freezing rain, the color of the beach was somewhat dim, like an orange peel that was close to rotting. Jean Tong was even more convinced that it was the death domain of the beauty on the shore. This Her Majesty Empress Wu, who was respectfully addressed by the world, was now like a petty bourgeois girl strolling in the morning. She wore a classic white shirt paired with black, wide-legged pants, with a slightly unruly leopard belt in the middle. Her shoes and socks could not be seen clearly. She could only see that her clothes were light and thin, swaying gently in the wind. She appeared even more elegant and pleasing to the eye. It was just that she was out of season. Of course, for an extraordinary like Her Majesty Empress Wu, the season had never been a factor. It was fine as long as it was arranged according to her mood. At this moment, her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, dancing in the sea breeze and freezing rain. She was too lazy to take care of it, and it was already slightly wet. What was even more eye-catching was that she was holding an ancient book with slightly yellow pages that were vertically arranged. Just like how the ancients would read, the book was rolled up, leaving only 1 or 2 rows of ink characters. She ignored the wind and the rain and slowly savored it. When the voice rang out, Her Majesty Empress Wu did not even look Jean Tong in the eye. She was leisurely reading the book, seemingly attentive yet bored. She had even flipped a page in between. She was posturing, right? Perhaps so. But when they had exchanged blows just now, she had also been in this state. This woman, Wu Jiong, had smashed him into the sea while flipping through the book. Jean Tong stared fixedly at the beauty on the shore. No one could understand the pressure here better than he did. Of course, there was even more shame and fear. The depression in his chest surged up, and he barely managed to swallow it back down. And this irrational action further worsened the injuries on his body. This woman had integrated the format of fire at the beginning of her attack in the office building. Using an inconceivable method, she had forcefully pressed this special power of formatting into his body, interfering with and destroying his semi-metallic and near-superconducting body structure. After that, she had simply and straightforwardly attacked him with kinetic energy. She had even beaten his originally strongest physical cultivation into a half-cripple. Now he no longer had a chance to turn the situation around. The venom of her vision, the ruthlessness of her heart, and the strangeness of her methods were truly something that Jean Tong had never seen before in his life. She had just become an extraordinary 2 months ago. Jean Tong had a mother asterisk her that he had directly sent to all the intelligence agencies of the inner worlds. This kind of skillful and flawless attack method, let alone 2 months, even the veteran extraordinary who had cultivated for more than 20 years would most likely be brought to their knees. There were many strong men in the world who could swing a 1,000-pound hammer, but to be able to use a 1,000-pound hammer to weave brocade and embroider, just what kind of monster was she? Jean Tong's mind was in turmoil. He felt that if he continued to let his imagination run wild, he might directly collapse. He could only forcibly restrain his mind, endure the discomfort of his body, and hoarsely say, "Wu Jiong, what the hell are you trying to do?" Her Majesty Empress Wu's attention was still on the book, or it could be said that she was in the most comfortable state she had created for herself. Jean Tong's clear questioning words entered her ears, but she didn't even raise her eyelids. "I warned you before not to go ashore, or else I would beat you to death. Let's not talk about the process, but now you've perfectly fallen back into the sea and haven't set foot on the shoreline. For the sake of this luck, I won't see you out." Jean Tong stared fixedly at Her Majesty Empress Wu. He didn't believe that the basis of this woman's decision was some damned luck or whatever. Even saying it was mood was more reliable than that. But he didn't say anything else. In this kind of situation, he would be an idiot if he spat out another word. Jean Tong had fought with the aberrations in the wilderness all year round, and it wasn't the first time he had encountered a crisis that could kill him. This had also trained him to be soft and hard, straightforward and submissive in his style of doing things. If he couldn't beat her, then he couldn't beat her. If Her Majesty Empress Wu really wanted his life, he would fight to the death. But since she didn't care about him, what harm was there in enduring for a moment and retreating? Jean Tong slowly breathed in and out. His body cut through the icy cold water and slowly moved backwards. But at this moment he suddenly heard a vague sound. Someone was rushing over at lightning speed, and the content of the shouts was related to him. His heart jumped slightly, and he looked at Her Majesty Empress Wu on the shore. Even though there was a third party involved, this beautiful woman still didn't have any intention of changing her decision. The book in her hands flipped over another page. The patter of freezing rain fell, drenching her clothes and long hair, but when it touched the page, it all silently melted away. He had already been completely ignored. This wasn't an act. Perhaps from the very beginning, Her Majesty Empress Wu had never cared about him. Jean Tong gave Her Majesty Empress Wu a deep look. He wanted to carve this clearly high-profile, yet mysterious woman into his heart. Soon after, his entire body sank into the surface of the sea, retreating towards the deep sea. A few seconds later, he disappeared into the misty depths of the vast ocean. Hey! Just half a minute after Jean Tong disappeared, Zhang Yingying rushed over from the distant Huanhai Highway, panting. But in the end, she was still a step too late. She could only watch helplessly as Jean Tong disappeared into the distance. Her enthusiasm of seeing the battlefield fly over from beyond the sky and joining in on the fun was completely doused in ice. Zhang Yingying looked at her boss with a gaze of disbelief. Although she knew that no one could guess her boss's thoughts in this dangerous time of war, to send off a great, extraordinary enemy with a wave of his hand, such a strange train of thought. No, someone on the internet had clearly deduced this. Boss, you! Zhang Yingying wanted to say, Boss, are you crazy? But she finally knew how to swallow those words. Then she wanted to say, Don't tell me you guys really don't dare to kill me. But she felt that it was too sudden. Following that, her quick-witted mind couldn't find a third suitable replacement word. She could only say you for a long time. Even though she couldn't say the words out loud, her attitude was expressed. Her Majesty Empress Wu still gave face to her subordinates. She moved her gaze away from the scroll in her hand and looked at Zhang Yingying. She nodded and said, You've almost reached the limit of your current level. The effects of cultivating your mind and body during this period of time are not bad. Next, you need to carve out your own path in order to change your fate and become independent from the world. Defy the heavens and change my fate? Boss, you've read too many novels. Zhang Yingying was so angry that she laughed. Also, are you reading Buddhist scriptures? Had he read too many Buddhist scriptures and learned the heart of a bodhisattva? That place is obviously full of bragging ****starred. Her Majesty Empress Wu turned her gaze back to the scroll. She said unhurriedly, No matter how you boast, as long as you can boast to the point that many people don't doubt it, it can also be considered an extraordinary power that defies the heavens and changes fate. Of course, it would be better if there was a self-consistent logic. Considering that this is the result of an uncivilized civilization, it's not unreasonable to raise its value a bit higher. Ah, Your Majesty, I'm not discussing Buddhist scriptures with you. You said it first. Then I'll tell you now. Why did you let the enemy escape? Answer me. Indulging the enemy? I didn't. You're still saying you didn't? I saw it all. That Jean Tong escaped, right under your eyes. Didn't you see the comments online? Those greedy, insatiable, and lawless troublemakers are all celebrating, okay? You let Jean Tong go. You're simply encouraging them to come to Xia City to hunt. Luo Nan's side is dead. You're talking about Jean Tong. Has he broken away from the battlefield? Her Majesty Empress Wu raised her gaze once more. She looked at the drizzling rain falling from the sky. She casually extended her hand and caught a drop of rain on her fingertip. She pinched it lightly. If everyone believes that he has broken away, then I have nothing to say. Zhang Yingying was at a loss and puzzled. When you're weak, acting cute is instinctive. When you're in danger, being low-key is smart. But when you need to be responsible, you still play old tricks. This malicious act of acting cute is just asking for a beating. Luckily, Yingying, you're still in the legal stage of acting cute. Come on, smile for us to see. Zhang Yingying wanted to kneel before her boss. She was just about to throw caution to the wind and unleash her great act of unreasonable behavior when her heart inexplicably trembled. The white rainbow circulating around her body hummed. It was as if a layer of gloomy clouds had condensed into a clear intent. But when she tried to sense it again, it was hard to grasp. She just felt that the dusky scene of the sea and sky before her eyes seemed to have become much more oppressive. Chapter 5:13. Ever since the era of distortion, the ocean was an even more dangerous wilderness. The original ecology of the ocean had already suffered irreversible damage, and a new aberrant biosphere had taken its place. In a certain sense, there were no living creatures in the ocean that were not aberrant. Even the most common of fish and shrimp had traces of aberration. Jean Tong silently swam in the ocean. Even someone as experienced as him had to be extremely careful in such a region, not to mention that he was currently heavily injured. But from another perspective, it was only in this environment where danger lurked on every side that he could slightly dispel the deep pressure Her Majesty Empress Wu exerted on him. Perhaps Her Majesty Empress Wu had the demeanor of a powerhouse who would keep her word, but his hunter's instinct still made Jean Tong use the complex environment of the ocean to make a series of evasive maneuvers. Right now, he was at least 100 kilometers away from the shoreline. He had stirred up 2 large shoals of fish along the way. With them as cover, even the most proficient in tracking techniques would find it hard to track his movements in a short amount of time. But during the tense process of making arrangements, he would occasionally have bad memories enter his mind. Most of them were scenes of bitter defeats in Xia City. There was nothing he could do about it. He unconsciously had to use Her Majesty Empress Wu as a foundation when he made all his arrangements. Every thought was a type of deduction and calculation. It was impossible to escape. Only after directly confronting Her Majesty Empress Wu did he understand how terrifying this woman was. Jean Tong had mingled in the inner world for a long time. He was a first-rate hunter in the wilderness. He recognized nearly all of the 100 or so extraordinaries in the world. He had a deep understanding of the situation in this circle. Of the extraordinaries he knew, none of them could be underestimated. Each of them had their own unique skills. However, in the 50 years since the advent of the era of distortion, there had not been a truly complete cultivation system in the world. All ability users, including the extraordinaries, were still fumbling around. When he sparred with those extraordinaries, he could feel the different brilliance of each person. He could feel their marvelous domains, but upon closer examination, there were always some details that were a bit prickly. It was hard to call them perfect. Only when sparring with Her Majesty Empress Wu gave him a completely different feeling. Strictly speaking, the clash between the two lasted only 3 rounds. But in these 3 rounds, Her Majesty Empress Wu's moves seemed simple and clear, but they were all just right. Not one bit more, not one bit less. Her control of the battlefield, her attacks, and her changes in tempo were simply textbook demonstrations. It made people feel that she was not only broad-minded, but also had a mature and stable set of rules. From Jean Tong's point of view, Her Majesty Empress Wu's attack had no flaws or weaknesses. Every detail was perfect, forming a towering peak that could not be moved. This was the so-called the more you look up to it, the more you look up to it. What was a divine weapon, and what was a piece of scrap metal? It was clear as soon as one touched it. In fact, when the martial monarch released the techniques of the dripping sword and the burning heart saber on the internet, it had already given people such a feeling. It wasn't difficult to come up with an offensive technique. What was truly difficult was to be precise, concise, and high-level. The more Jean Tong experienced it, the more he felt that there was a lot of knowledge in it. Looking at it this way, even though he had lost miserably, he had gained a lot as well. It would be greatly beneficial for him to comprehend it carefully when he returned. Jean Tong sighed unconsciously. Are there really people who are born with knowledge in this world? No, that's not right. Jean Tong suddenly shook his head and subconsciously touched the metal band on his forehead. The perennial chill seeped into his skull, but it suddenly stirred up a fire in his heart. There was no such thing as someone who was born with knowledge in this world. Putting the miraculous label on an unsolved matter was just the behavior of a fool. Rather than putting someone else on a pedestal, it was better to put himself in their shoes and think. Perhaps Her Majesty Empress Wu's achievements had a more complicated origin, just like what he had experienced in the past. The fire in his heart didn't last too long, and baseless speculation couldn't solve his current injuries. Jean Tong sank that speculation to the bottom of his heart and wanted to find a relatively safe area to recuperate. He moved, gently shaking his body to rub against the vibrations of the seawater. He emitted ultrasonic waves like a dolphin, probing the surrounding terrain and the living creatures. This was a small technique that experts of the physical side used in place of spiritual senses. It was said that there were many living creatures in the natural world that could emit ultrasonic waves and infrasound waves. Dolphins, bats, tigers, and elephants before the era of distortion were all typical examples. After the change of generations, there were only more such living creatures. Jean Tong knew that there were at least 100 species of living creatures on land and in the sea that possessed similar instincts. However, to be like Luo Nan of Xia City, to be able to emit destructive high-energy infrasound waves by relying on a mutant tool that wasn't even remotely related, Jean Tong's thoughts suddenly froze. That's not right. There was no reason for him to suddenly think of Luo Nan. Jean Tong's psychic senses of an extraordinary and the reality of his heavy injuries made him exceptionally sensitive. Moreover, he really did have a feeling of discomfort. His figure suddenly came to a stop, calmly hovering in the seawater. He temporarily stopped using ultrasonic waves to probe. His figure merged with the seawater, and only his thoughts and senses spun at high speeds. He switched from active probing to passive receiving. Every movement in the surrounding sea area was transmitted to him through vibrations, temperature, and other forms. He didn't have the extensive and meticulous perception methods of psychic ability users, but his tempered psychic senses could target a vague threat point in a certain direction and obtain an instinctive response. He could at least know where the threat was coming from through this method. However, the problem was much more serious than he imagined it to be. After he truly reacted, he discovered that all around him, above and below him, actually he could sense the entire sea area. He had entered a subtle and ice-cold atmosphere. Perhaps there wasn't anything that could directly threaten his life right now, but it was as if there was an incorporeal specter near him. The specter wandered about, drifting up and down. A bone-chilling chill that transcended the plane of reality seeped into him, thread by thread. This chill seemed to be familiar to him. Jean Tong's figure floated up with a thought, and he broke through the surface of the sea. The gloomy colors of the sea and sky had persisted for many days. The surroundings of Xia City and the open sea were all like this. Right now, the sea was covered in powdery rain. It couldn't be considered a freezing rain, but it was still cold and dense. Jean Tong allowed the powdery rain to brush against his face as he gazed into the distance. He relied on the keen perception of an extraordinary to lock onto a blurry yet tangible dividing line from the dusky scene of the sea and sky. It was this dividing line that separated the pure power of nature and the interfering scene that was infused with the will and emotions of an individual, commonly known as a domain. This dividing line continued to push into the distant sea area without end. It dyed the boundless sea and sky with a deep personal color, as well as a bone-chilling, killing intent. So that's how it is. Jean Tong had long since seen through the strange phenomenon of the freezing rain in Xia City. It was the result of human influence. But he had always believed that the work, including the raindrops' sword slaughter, should have come from Her Majesty Empress Wu. But after fighting with Her Majesty Empress Wu, he suddenly came to a realization. This was absolutely not the work of that person. The chill was exposed, and the killing intent was dense. It was far too different from Her Majesty Empress Wu's perfect harmony. Of course, it wasn't Ouyang-Chin either. This state of wanton spreading was completely different from that person's strict style. In other words, there was actually a third person besides Ouyang-Chin and Her Majesty Empress Wu. This person was Jin Tong carefully sensed the concentrated emotions and killing intent in this region, and he came to an answer. There was no doubt that only those extraordinary characters of the mental side, and they weren't bound by common sense, could construct such a weak yet inconceivably embryonic domain. There were many famous characters in Xia City, but most of them were already set in stone. There was only one up-and-coming star who had made a great name for himself in a short period of time. Moreover, this star was one of Jin Tong's targets in his trip to Xia City. Luo Nan? Was it him? Jin Tong was still a bit uncertain. The interference power of this freezing rain domain towards the plane of reality was very ordinary. It lacked a constructed pillar and backbone, and it wouldn't pose too much of a threat to true experts. But how far was he from the shore? He used the satellite positioning system to confirm his latitude and longitude. He was roughly 200 nautical miles away from Xia City. The straight line distance was nearly 400 kilometers. If the range of Xia City itself was included, then it could be said that it was truly 1,000 kilometers away. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth. What a joke! Anyone who could expand their mental senses to 1/10 of the range would be an extraordinary. Then what was this fellow? Extraordinary X10? Jin Tong suddenly understood how Gang Xiong and Noise had died. Doing things within this range of mental senses was practically the same as putting one's heart against the tip of a knife, shouting, "If you don't stab me to death, then you're my grandson." What was the point of not dying? Though he was already several hundred kilometers away from Xia City, Luo Nan's knife light had begun to draw shadows behind his neck. Jin Tong snorted coldly when he thought of this. His energy surged outwards, forcefully breaking through the rain and mist that filled the sky. The penetrating chill was isolated outside. He soon discovered that this was meaningless. He suspected that Luo Nan's domain did not specialize in confinement and killing. It was more like a carrier for mental senses. So what if he drove it away and shielded it? The dividing line of the sea and sky scene was several dozen kilometers wide. It was vast and mighty, and it was hard to see the end. How could he drive it away with the strength of one person? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Luo Nan had the strength of one person. How in the world did he accomplish this? He carefully examined the principles of this domain. It was connected to the polar domain above and to the microscopic form below. Only by severing this connection would he be able to act. It would have been fine if he was on the mental side. At worst, he could just retaliate back. But in this current situation, Jin Tong let out a breath. He was simply unable to estimate the limits of Luo Nan's soul strength. He was also unable to imagine the scale of Luo Nan's reserves. Cough, cough! His blood rushed to his throat, causing a knot to form in his heart. His irritation gradually rose. If he were at his peak, he wouldn't care. Even if Luo Nan entangled him, Luo Nan would be nothing more than a mosquito. Luo Nan would not be able to harm his foundation. But right now, he urgently needed to find a place to heal his injuries. How could he gather his strength if he was constantly being watched? Jin Tong suppressed his negative emotions with difficulty, but he knew that he had to change his plans. He hoped that Her Majesty Empress Wu was a person who kept her promise. He used his wristband to contact his subordinate who had been lingering in the open sea. He reported his current coordinates. "Come here and pick me up." It was safest for an injured beast to lick its wounds in an isolated and uninhabited place. But right now, Luo Nan was like a maggot attached to the bone. He needed to leave the sea area covered by the freezing rain domain as soon as possible. He crossed the dividing line with the fastest speed possible, suppressing the expansion speed of Luo Nan's domain. Jin Tong quickly hung up the phone, but he could still hear his subordinate trembling with excessive joy. Clearly, the news of his great defeat in Xia City had already spread. "Do they think I'm going to die?" Jean Tong snorted coldly. He recalled the rather famous female streamer from the inner world in the office building. With such a person there, the news of him being blasted out of Xia City would probably be known by the entire world. Even though he was at his level, empty fame was no longer a burden. But when he thought of Her Majesty Empress Wu's awe-inspiring divine might, he couldn't help but be in a bad mood. His thoughts reached this point, and his mind became a bit absent-minded. He unconsciously recalled the details of his experience fighting against Her Majesty Empress Wu. He pondered over how he should deal with her if they were to fight again. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary methods to match up to her perfection and profoundness. His thoughts entered the alley, and it was hard to deviate. Jean Tong stood on the surface of the sea, his mind immersed within. He was in a trance, unaware of the passage of time. Jean Tong only came to his senses when the sound of his subordinate's airship entered his ears. He wanted to move, but his chest suddenly felt stifled. He discovered that he was lacking in blood essence. Hiss! I was actually exhausting my mind to make a deduction just now. How could I do something so unwise? Jean Tong's mind was agitated, and it was as if a cup of ice water had been poured over his heart. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. The airship that was approaching at high speed was already clear in silhouette. He could even see the cockpit and the figures of the people on the front deck. But why were those people staring in shock and fear? Chapter 514. The airship came close to the surface of the water. Someone on the deck finally struggled out of his terror and shouted loudly to remind his captain. However, he couldn't say anything in his anxiety. Jean Tong didn't need to be reminded to know that he had fallen into a trap. Just as the shadow appeared, his sensitive spiritual sense was covered by a layer of mist, making it hard for him to see clearly. He sank his mind and subconsciously took a step out on the surface of the sea. He saw a black curtain falling from the sky, covered by an infinite starry sky. He saw smoke and clouds rising together, and there was even the sound of metal clanking. As for the feeling on his body, it became even worse. It was as if he was wrapped by something, and it was very difficult to move. Jean Tong's face darkened. Just as he was about to return to his inner vision to check his meridians, a huge furry claw suddenly stretched out from the depths of the smoke and clouds, pouncing towards him. Blood-colored flames curled around it. Before it could be seen, the surrounding void and even the spiritual plane were already rumbling and shaking. It was as if a volcano had erupted, shaking the earth and mountains, and the scorching heat was pressing down. Such a close distance, such a violent method, and it could even surround the spiritual and material planes. There was no room for people to move or dodge. It was difficult to even find the time to think. Jean Tong's eyes flashed with electricity. He slashed with his half-metal arm, and the electric long blade slashed down with thunder. The electric blade and blood claw collided with each other. Smoke and clouds surged, and the black curtain distorted. One could hear the sound of waves and wind. The sound of the real world seemed to be separated by a thin layer of paper, but it couldn't penetrate no matter what. *CK it. Jean Tong's hostility increased, and he slashed down with another electric blade. Electric arcs flashed like a dragon. When the dual-purpose airship crashed into the water, the members of the 5 metal hunting group on it saw Jean Tong submerged in a cloud of flickering smoke. Within it, there was a blood-like flame burning, and there was also a long chain of electric light darting left and right. The light was dazzling, but the cloud was cloudy and constantly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of several square kilometers. It was even more impenetrable. At most, they could see some blurry silhouettes. There was their captain inside, and there was also a huge and shocking demonic shadow. It seemed like they were engaged in an intense battle. The person in charge of the airship was a bald man named Tong Ken. He was also an architect with a combat strength of B-. He was quite famous in the inner world for his brutal and fierce close combat skills. He was a first-rate grandmaster of combat, and was the classic example of someone who was careless on the outside but meticulous on the inside. He was in the control room right now, looking at the marvelous scene on the surface of the sea. He thought to himself, could it be that Xia City is unforgiving? Could it be that they sent people to hunt me down? Could it be that two extraordinaries are fighting with their extraordinary domains? If that was the case, then he shouldn't have gotten too close. He ordered loudly, turn the rudder, quickly. Who would have thought that not only was the cloud expanding at an extremely fast speed, but it was also leak-proof? Suddenly, a long lightning dragon appeared at the edge of the cloud, tearing through the clouds and pouncing towards the airship. Be it in the steering room or on the deck, the group of people turned pale with shock. "Leader, it's us." His words were completely useless. The lightning flashed at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the uncontrollable lightning dragon hit the airship head-on, sending electric arcs everywhere. It must be said that this was Jin Tong's ride. Considering the range of his abilities and the complex environment he was using it in, all the important areas had been isolated by electromagnetic force. However, if the power of extraordinaries was so easily blocked, then they would be underestimating the apex powerhouses of this world too much. The electromagnetic fields interacted with each other, and the killing intent of extraordinaries poured into the airship as catalysis. A considerable portion of the airship's electronic components were instantly burned down. There were even a few unlucky fellows on the deck who were struck by the electric arcs. Their entire bodies caught on fire, and they were sent flying into the sea, sinking to the bottom. "Leader!" "Boss! Boss!" The members of the hunting group on the deck covered their heads and scurried away like rats, but they didn't forget to call out in warning. However, the response from the cloud of smoke was a second lightning dragon that flew up. Miserable howls rang out in the control room. "We've been sucked in. Get lost." Tong Ken threw himself over to personally take control of the helm, but the steering gear could only turn idle. The system interface next to it was distorted and indistinct. The corresponding powerful electric and magnetic fields exerted their effects at the same time, causing the airship's structure to warp violently. At the same time, the people on the airship were also warped. This was the destructive power of extraordinaries. But how did it end up on their heads? In the control room, Tong Ken was in a daze from the fall. He didn't know how many pieces of equipment had been crushed under his body. As he struggled to get up, his body suddenly stiffened. He could clearly hear the sound of violent panting. How familiar was that sound? It was clearly his leader's voice. He raised his head in shock, but he didn't see anyone. Instead, he saw that the airship had at some point entered a dark and chaotic area. It was lost, and he didn't know where it was going. The next moment, the electric arcs were as majestic as the sea, instantly submerging the airship. Huff, huff, huff. Jin Tong's breathing became increasingly heavy, and his mind buzzed. Fortunately, his thoughts were still flowing. Was he dead? Would he still be alive? He wasn't pessimistic enough to give himself a definite answer. He just wanted to know if the sanguine ape behemoth that he had killed 7 times in a row would come back to life. After falling into the dark veil of smoke, he thought that he should fall into an extraordinary domain, like the logic world. The domain of constructing spatial faults was a very popular direction. Luonan. It was Luonan, right? The domain he constructed was very low level, and its stability was terrible. It even exposed a few laws and foundations. Luonan could faintly examine its framework. It was simply an incomplete embryonic form. Jin Tong didn't have any thoughts of looking down on Luonan. He just looked down on Luonan, who had inexplicably fallen into a trap. What kind of trash was he? He felt that he had already overestimated this mental genius, but reality was even crueler. He didn't know where Luonan got this monster from, but its offensive power was absolutely strong. There was clearly some sort of resurrection ability within this smoke. Jin Tong beheaded it again and again. He tore it to shreds, but it always reappeared within a mass of bloody light. Its strength didn't seem to weaken at all. All right, frankly speaking, compared to the resurrection of the sanguine ape, this smoke, this starry sky, this black veil, this shadow, this powerful enemy, where did it come from? Who did it change to? These were the big questions that pressed down on one's heart. Jin Tong impatiently wanted to understand how this domain worked. He wanted to know where the specter that was reflected in the lake of his heart came from. Compared to the sanguine ape, which was at most AB+ rank attack, the incorporeal specter that possessed his body was his greatest calamity. The incorporeal specter had been manipulating Jin Tong in the dark throughout the course of his battle with the sanguine ape. It took advantage of Jin Tong being heavily injured to the point that his foundation was unstable to extract an unending stream of blood essence from his body and scatter it into the depths of the boundless smoke. Jin Tong felt as if he was carrying a heavy burden, as if he had lost a great deal of blood. Considering the effects of the domain, perhaps he had contributed to the resurrection of the sanguine ape behemoth. The specter was so indistinct. It seemed real yet illusory. Jin Tong looked back several times, but he couldn't find it. He even wanted to chop off the flesh on his back in order to feel refreshed. Fortunately, his most basic rationality was still there, preventing his morbid, wild fantasies. He just didn't understand. Luo Nan, this junior. How long has it been since he got up? How did he get these resources? Before this thought was clear, another threat came from ahead. The 8th resurrection. Jin Tong was gritting his teeth when he suddenly discovered that it wasn't the sanguine ape that came out. Instead, it was a middle-aged man, and he looked quite familiar. Jin Tong didn't move for a time. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, not saying a word. The middle-aged man walked over with 2 steps, and his body transformed into black smoke. He seemed indistinct, but there was a sense of seriousness that was real and not illusory. His aura was scorching hot like magma. Fire poison gushed out and poured over. This was the soul body of black smoke? Jin Tong thought of a major event that happened not too long ago in Xia City. It shook the inner world. There were 2 main characters in the story. One was Tian Bang, who was known as Blood Prison. The other was the elder of the Blood Flame Order, Mo Luan. That's right. Though there were some differences in the details, the aura was exactly the same. Jin Tong had interacted with this veteran power a few times in his early years. They could be considered acquaintances. It's you. Aren't you already dead? Could it be you? Jin Tong's wording was a bit messy. On one hand, the situation was changing more and more strangely. On the other hand, the embryonic domain that was constantly expanding and condensing released even more information when he switched targets. He needed to carefully examine it. It was difficult for him to be distracted. Mo Luan didn't respond. He didn't say a word as he pounced forward and fought Jin Tong. Jin Tong didn't fear Moen, even though he was currently heavily injured due to the difference in realms between an extraordinary and an architect. What's more, this fellow's combat style was clearly somewhat stiff and inflexible. He wasn't like a living person. Was he a puppet? Actually, Jin Tong could have beheaded Mo Luan in the 5th round, but he didn't do so. This was because Mo Luan's existence had opened up some of his train of thought. Every order had its own set of rules and laws. If it was the Blood Flame Order. Jin Tong suddenly came to a realization when he looked at some of the foundations of the laws exposed in the misty space. Sure enough, this place was actually an altar that hadn't truly been completed. It was just an old trick of the Blood Flame Order. They borrowed external power to make the so-called Blood Flame will materialize and receive its blessing. If one looked at it from this angle, though it was a sacrifice, the 3 animals weren't prepared. He was the animal used to sacrifice to the heavens. You've got guts. His heart exploded with fury, and he laughed in his extreme anger. Lightning was like a blade in an instant, and the magnetic force was like a lock. He locked Mo Luan's figure in an instant and killed him with a single slash. However, the black smoke dispersed and reformed. Mo Luan's body was reborn within a few breaths, and he pounced forward once more. So, you've also become a puppet in this chaotic world. Is this a conspiracy of the Blood Flame Order? Or is this the handiwork of that kid Luo Nan? It can't be that Luo Nan already predicted my fate, right? Jean Tong's mind rang with alarm when this thought became clear. He was a grand and powerful extraordinary, yet he actually had such weak thoughts. His mental strength was clearly damaged. He couldn't waste any more time. It just so happened that he had roughly seen through the changes in the laws of space. If he didn't exert his strength now, when would he? This thought was born, and the metal hoop on top of Jean Tong's head became even colder. A slight pain pierced his forehead, and it changed in an instant. It was like fire and lightning striking down from his brain, binding his entire body. Jean Tong's pupils darkened as the pain assaulted him. The lightning and magnetic field ring retracted within his body, allowing Mo Luan to attack within. His gaze grew even colder as he watched the black smoke's soul body transform from illusory to real, about to seep into his body to attack. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the air, and lightning flew out before the thunder. It slashed through the black smoke in front of him. Not only did this slash kill Mo Luan once more, but its power grew even stronger. It brought with it an electric and magnetic field, using ionization and electrolysis to diffuse the void. It mixed with material properties and contained a sharp edge. It forcefully pierced through the transformation of the smoke and clouds. Another clap of thunder rang out, and light suddenly appeared. A high cliff suddenly rose from beneath Jean Tong's feet. Its power coiled and lingered, and lava flowed. There was an altar at the peak of the mountain. Rays of light coiled around it, forming over a dozen groups of runes. The mountain acted as a prison, trapping Jean Tong within. The binding and oppressive feeling behind him grew heavier, faintly resonating with the altar and the runes. Jean Tong laughed in spite of himself. He had finally revealed himself. Though this place was unfamiliar, he had Mo Luan's lead and combined it with the relevant information. He already had some ideas. The Blood Soul Temple. It really was a remnant of the Blood Flame Order. What was the relationship between Luo Nan and the Blood Flame Order? Forget it. None of this was important. It could be seen from the attack just now that Jean Tong's extraordinary strength had already exceeded the bearing range of Luo Nan's embryonic domain. Then, no matter how miraculous the Blood Soul Temple was, it was nothing more than an illusion to him. Could it be that Mo Luan was no longer reborn? He had even used his own psychic perception to capture the location where Luo Nan was suspected to be. That fellow was right above his head. Did he really think he was some sort of supernatural being that overlooked the world? Die. Jean Tong didn't give Luo Nan any time to react. Lightning condensed into a flying spear, and he raised his arm, ready to throw it. His strength was about to be released, but a few ice-cold fingers pressed against his wrist at this time. Behind him, Jean Tong's hair stood on end in an instant. Lightning swam around his body. Under the catalysis of the powerful electric field, his figure seemed to have shed the boundaries of an ordinary body. He twisted into light and pounced forward. He turned back in the blink of an eye, and the thunderclap lightning blade hummed as it slashed forward. The lightning had yet to arrive, but a figure had already appeared. Jean Tong's heart thumped heavily. He felt a bit stuffy. Wu Zhao. The person behind him wore a white shirt and trousers. His black hair was like a waterfall, and he held a scroll in his hand. It was Her Majesty Empress Wu, who had just beaten him to the point where he couldn't even fight back. Jean Tong's mind nearly exploded in that instant. The only thought in his mind was to turn around and leave. But a second wave of stimulation from the metal headband poured into his mind, catalyzing his state to an unprecedented peak. His mind was even more marvelous. It was as if the heavens were helping him. His gaze swept past, and he suddenly saw a faint shadow on Empress Wu's shoulder and flank. It was like limbs were spreading out. It was like a demon had appeared in a trance. This shadow, it was an incorporeal wraith. It was in the shape of a spider. That's right, the human-faced arachnid. Jean Tong seemed to understand a lot in that instant. He could clearly feel a great loss of blood and energy in this moment. It was as if a demonic god had chopped off half of his flesh and blood. And the flow of the vital energy of the flesh and blood was the amalgamation of the martial monarch and the human-faced arachnid before his eyes. To be precise, it was the image of the martial monarch that the human-faced arachnid had stripped from the depths of his mind. Jean Tong stared fixedly at this demonic image, and a few questions that were hard to solve were connected in his mind bit by bit. Without a doubt, this human-faced arachnid was the one that had possessed his body and soul. Its attack channel was most likely the crack in his mind that had appeared when he faced the martial monarch's miserable defeat. The human-faced arachnid had taken advantage of the flaw in his mind to extract a steady stream of blood essence and vital energy. It had fed Luo Nan's embryonic domain and propelled the operation of the Blood Soul Temple. Now, this thing had done something even more inconceivable. It had actually used the demonic barrier in Jean Tong's mind to condense his energy and form the shadow of Her Majesty Empress Wu, using my heart's demon to kill me. This method is truly marvelous. What a monster! Jean Tong spoke, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. He laughed loudly. In the end, Luo Nan is still a junior. She saw that I had broken through her domain and was about to attack. She was worried, so she ordered the human-faced arachnid to forcefully extract her blood energy. This caused the demon within her body to transform into a demon outside of the martial monarch's form. Perhaps this would have been a brilliant move against the mental side, but I am a fleshly extraordinary who slaughtered my way out of a pile of corpses. Do you really think that I, your father, lost to the martial monarch, can't even beat her shadow? Amidst his loud laughter, electricity coiled around Jean Tong's body. He rebuked the clouds. Very good. As long as I can slay the martial monarch's demonic shadow, it is the same as slaying the flaw in my own mind. I will cut off future troubles. Even if I lose a great deal of blood essence, I will still have gained. When the time comes, I will regain my freedom and open a new world. Jean Tong's laughter had yet to fade away when the stimulating power of the metal headband increased for the third time. He didn't hold back at all. He no longer cared about the injuries on his body. He operated with all his might, pushing the transformation of his body and soul to the limit. It was as if he was still in a state of being aided by the gods. The more painful it was, the clearer it was. Aha! Jean Tong launched an attack at the shadow of the greatest enemy of his life, and the martial monarch's demonic shadow advanced noiselessly. The two sides clashed, colliding dozens of times in an instant. Then electricity scattered in all directions, and the magnetic field collapsed. Jean Tong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his chest almost collapsed. He had suffered a fatal blow from the martial monarch's demonic shadow, but he cracked a smile. He counterattacked amidst his smile. It was no longer the imposing electricity, but the purest straight punch. His long arm was like a sword as it pierced into the martial monarch's demonic shadow's chest. I'll learn from you. Once the wondrous meaning was felt, the inside and outside became bright. A speck of spiritual light shone through the universe. Jean Tong laughed loudly. He was about to take advantage of the situation and break the domain's embryonic form in one fell swoop, but his laughter suddenly became hoarse. It was also a straight finger. It passed through the martial monarch's demonic shadow, which had already begun to collapse, and pierced his extended arm into his chest. Wherever it hit, the blood coagulated and then spoiled. His internal organs accumulated fluid and rotted in the blink of an eye. His body decayed, and his white bones were exposed. Moreover, It spread throughout his entire body at an astonishing speed. One finger destroyed his entire body's vitality. Jean Tong's expression froze. He could only watch helplessly as his own body decayed. He no longer had the power to reverse the situation. The one who caused all of this was a thin, malnourished figure. At this moment, he was right in front of Jean Tong. He slightly leaned to the side, letting Jean Tong's stiff straight arm pass by. His eyes were tranquil and nearly empty. Jean Tong had seen this figure before. Just today, before he entered Xia City, he confirmed his most important objective once more. 16 billion in wealth, 2/1000 of the shares, and the authority that was closest to the apex of the world. Jean Tong's eyes widened. He wanted to reach out and grab it, but that figure dissolved like mist, leaving no trace behind. The Blood Soul temple shook. The clouds hung low in the sky, and bloody light surged. Jean Tong's mostly decayed body was on the altar. His feet had already sunk into the altar. It was not accurate to say that he had sunk. It was more appropriate to say that he had dissolved. Chapter 5:15. Xia City time, December 9th, around 1:00 in the afternoon. The Coastal Defense Forces stationed in Xia City received an offshore detection alert. A regional magnetic explosion had occurred in a certain region of the sea. Although it didn't directly affect normal production and life, it could cause interference to the mutant life forms in the nearby region. Although it was already the end of the year and the astronomical great tides had subsided, the Coastal Defense Forces still didn't dare to lower their guard due to the turmoil in Xia City. They had been upgraded to the 3rd level of combat readiness. 5 minutes later, the drone took off and arrived at the target sea area 20 minutes later. The high-definition camera carried by the drone captured the most dangerous and eye-catching elements of this region with practically no difficulty. When the staff responsible for command, surveillance, and control saw the deathly white and cold region, the entire Coastal Defense Forces Command Center was unexpectedly silent. The sound of the drone's wings rippled across the sea. Tian Bang and Zhan Ji's armed helicopter arrived in this region of the sea almost at the same time as the drone. It circled in the air above. The scene they saw with their naked eyes was more realistic, more chilly, and more impactful than what the command center saw through the camera. On the undulating waves of the sea, a hill over 15 meters tall quietly floated. The vast majority of its structure was deathly white and soaked in the color of deathly stillness. It was simply formed from countless bone fragments pieced together. Broken bones and sharp stubble crisscrossed, vividly distinguishable. The white bones were like a mountain floating in the sea. The doors on both sides of the helicopter were open. Zhan Ji occupied one side. The sea breeze and the turbulence from the helicopter's wings assaulted her face. She didn't know when, but she held her breath. She just subconsciously controlled the hovering camera to circle around this white bone hill. She took close-up and long-distance shots without end. The satellite network didn't care about the cost. The clear images were transmitted back to the live broadcast room and into the eyes of over 20,000 people. For the time being, Zhan Ji didn't care what kind of repercussions such a scene would cause. After the initial period of shock, she was finally able to analyze more things from this white bone hill. She noticed that the skeletons on top of the white bone hill were all thick fish bones. Occasionally, there would be bird bones mixed in. The components should be the life forms of the surrounding seas, and 99% of them were mutants. The problem was the color of the bones was awe-inspiring like new. But what about the flesh and blood? Was it scraped clean? Or was it eaten away by something in a short period of time? The unrestrained imagination was even more chilling than the bones in front of him. And under the mountain of bones, there was a special component that didn't match the whole thing. It was a half-tilted, dual-purpose airship. Its body was twisted and deformed, and there were traces of fire in some areas, but they were also covered by hills of white bones. It was precisely because of the existence of this ship that the dense bone mound obtained enough buoyancy to float on the sea surface. Zhan Ji shifted the camera, and scanned the ship. Finally, it locked onto the ship's number and name. Gold accumulation. Zhang Ji scanned through the information in her head, and her breathing became a little stifled. This is the transport vehicle of the 5 metal hunting group. From the looks of it, they might have been completely wiped out. She didn't get a response from Tianbang. It wasn't just because of the noise from inside and outside the helicopter. In fact, ever since they arrived in this area, Tianbang, who had always liked to joke around and take advantage of others, was surprisingly quiet. At this time, he just knocked on the headset, signaling the pilot to come closer. When the helicopter was almost directly above the White Bone Mountain, Tianbang, who was at the other side of the hatch, jumped down without any warning and landed on the top of the White Bone Mountain. The top was relatively flat, and the entire White Bone Mountain seemed to be pieced together casually, but it was surprisingly sturdy. The entire White Bone Mountain didn't move at all even after Tianbang jumped down. There was such a thing. Seeing this, Zhang Ji also wanted to jump down, but just as she moved, she saw Tianbang waving at her, stopping her. Was there any danger up there? If it was just danger, Zhang Ji wouldn't care. But on top of the White Bone Mountain, Tianbang's expression was unprecedentedly stern and grave. It directly stopped Zhang Ji from challenging his patience. In the next moment, Zhang Ji saw the format of fire outside Tianbang's body. He reached out with his arm, but this time he was absorbing the seawater below the White Bone Mountain. The undulating sea surface was like a dragon sucking in water, and a whirlpool formed. A stream of water directly rose up and went straight to the top of the White Bone Mountain. Another stream of water flowed from bottom to top, submerging the bottom of the White Bone Mountain and the foundation of the ship. The seawater rose and fell, instantly washing the White Bone Mountain. On the mountain, the cracks in the bones and the holes in between had water flowing up and down. What was Tianbang doing? Zhang Ji didn't understand. There were countless ability users watching the live broadcast right now, and they had the same thoughts as Zhang Ji. However, Luo Nan didn't care about their discussions and debates in the live broadcast room, the forums, the chat group, and various other channels. Luo Nan was sitting in the waiting area of Xia City's administrative hall right now. Since it was Sunday, most departments weren't working. There weren't many people here. Qin Yikuan, who was in charge of security, was very idle. He held a flexible screen and watched the live broadcast. The display showed the White Bone Mountain in the open sea, as well as the trajectory of the surging water. Luo Nan only scanned it twice, closed his eyes, and pondered over his own matters. He was a participant, the leader, and the manipulator of this entire situation. He was also the true winner of today's bountiful profits. Even though it had been some time since the matter, he still needed to calm his mind and straighten out his subsequent train of thought. Yes, he had used his own various resources to successfully behead Jin Tong. This was an amazing accomplishment, and the core thing that allowed him to realize this accomplishment was the altar frame that he and the Wraith sign had constructed together. It could be called the Beast Fighting Arena. In the marvelous space constructed by the order frame of formatting theory, Luo Nan was the controller. He had always been playing a game of balance where there were gains and losses, Luo Nan had experienced something similar before. At the time, the Wraith sign and Rue had exchanged pointers on the altar. They had risen in level at the same time, ultimately prompting the awakening of Rue Wen's supernatural powers. Another time, the Wraith sign had crossed space to confront the human-faced arachnid of the Order of Justice. Through these two experiences, Luo Nan had a general understanding of the operating rules of the altar. As long as one maintained self-will here, one would be able to borrow the power of the sacrificial offering to ascend and break through. One was bound to gain something here. But at the same time, those who stepped onto the altar were sacrificing themselves in order to comply with the ultimate rule. The winner takes all. The loser withered and perished. And relative to the rules, the only people who had special privileges were Luo Nan and the Wraith sign. The wraith sign was the provider of the altar frame. It possessed the most cunning instinct to utilize the rules. Even if it failed, it could find a scapegoat. The wraith sign was the one. Luo Nan was the controller and supporter of the altar frame. Naturally, he surpassed the wraith sign. He was the one. But for now, Luo Nan was a person with special privileges. He was still fumbling with his own rights. He profited from this and received offerings, but he could not determine victory or defeat between the sacrificers. Right now, the only thing he could control was deciding what the sacrificers could offer and what they couldn't offer, what they could obtain and what they couldn't obtain. For example, though I know your pockets are rich, I don't want money. I only want your fingers. I also know that you are very hungry, but I won't give you food. Instead, I will gift you with beautiful clothes. And so on. Luo Nan was adjusting throughout the entire battle. He constantly increased the consumption of Jin Tong's flesh and blood according to Jin Tong's state. This allowed Jin Tong's thoughts to grow clearer and clearer, but it also consumed a great deal of mental energy. He maintained the balance of the rules of the altar, but he imposed the imbalance of demands onto Jin Tong's body. From this, he controlled the overall situation. Of course, the most fundamental rule of the altar was that the winner takes all. If Jin Tong really made it through this hurdle, Luo Nan would have no way of stopping him from soaring to the heavens. In reality, one really couldn't underestimate the wisdom and accumulation of any extraordinary. Jin Tong really was going to succeed in the end. However, Rui Wen appeared just in time. Jin Tong's spiritual awareness broke through the barrier, and his flesh and energy were completely exhausted. She dealt a fatal blow. Everything that Jin Tong had was completely obtained by the side that Luo Nan supported. Right now, the bright imprint that came from Jin Tong's body was climbing up the mountain of the Blood Soul Temple. It passed through the stone forest and the lava lake. Even though the strange energy was melted away, it was unharmed. It passed through the courtyard and the garden. Though the shepherd's imprint was left behind, it did not stop this object. Then there was the third level of the cave. The stone statues of the mushed-mouth ape and Emoluin were already placed here. This was also the place where Luo Nan could most easily mobilize his combat strength. However, the bright imprint didn't stop at all. It clearly didn't match this cave. This speck of wondrous bright light followed the shape of the mountain of the Blood Soul Temple, winding and lingering. It rose bit by bit along with the flowing lava, all the way to the fourth level. When it reached the group of buildings that resembled temples and halls, it broke away from the flow of flames and entered this place. They were truly on completely different levels. Luo Nan more or less grasped some of the changes in the levels of the Blood Soul Temple. The first level of the Blood Soul Temple was the stone forest and the lava lake. It was a place to digest foreign strange energy. The second level was the stone garden. The shepherd's imprint was stored there. It could barely be considered a place for guests. This was because the few members of the Blood Flame Order had yet to complete the construction of the Blood Soul Temple. It was not easy to control them. Who would have thought that Luo Nan possessed the power of hell in this world? He borrowed the control of the human-faced arachnid to forcefully take down the Blood Soul Temple. As for the third level of the cave, looking at the stone statues of the mushed-mouth ape and the Emolin stone, it should be used to store the imprint of the architect. The fourth level of the temple hall was confirmed to be used to place the imprint of extraordinaries. Jin Tong was the first resident of this place. Then the fifth level was given to the legendary Blood Flame Will. Next was the sixth step, which was the internalization of the Blood Flame Will. What was to be done? Luo Nan was unable to analyze the deeper level of theory for a time. He discovered that the temple hall of the fourth level had a complex structure with courtyards arranged in rows. In fact, the inside was completely empty. Jin Tong's bright imprint entered this place and arrived at a hall to the left. There was a vague structure of rooms and the like outside the hall. But that was all. Luo Nan thought back to the cave on the third level. There were several faceless stone statues. He just needed to wait for the imprint to connect and fill the place with bloody light. Then there would be a supernatural phenomenon. However, there were no statues within the hall of the 4th level. Everything within the rooms was empty. The bright imprint was located in the center of the hall. It was lonely and pitiful. Chapter 516. In the fierce battle with Jean Tong, the 2 puppets in the grotto had put in a lot of effort. The mush-mouth ape had been killed 7 times in a row. If he were to change his name every time he died, he would be called Yuan Jiu now. There was also Mo Luan. He had been killed twice and could now be called Mo Luan III. The successive resurrection of the puppets indeed brought a great deal of consumption to Jean Tong, but it was not without a price. Of these 2 puppets, the rotten-mouth ape used his own kind as a base, while Mo Luan used Gang Xiong to transform them with a single shot. After the puppet was formed, the cost of forging it again was reduced, but that was only relatively speaking. The mountain of bones in the outer seas of Xia City was proof of this. The reserves that the Blood Soul Temple had accumulated over the past few days had been completely used up in order to support their consumption. The human-faced arachnid had borrowed the power of the Jean Tong to stir up a powerful electromagnetic field. It was also a soul-sucking lure. It had practically slaughtered all the sea creatures within a radius of 200 kilometers. Only then was it able to barely support the Blood Soul Temple. Oh, there were also those unlucky bastards from the 5 Metals hunting group. Actually, if Jean Tong could calm his mind a bit, or if he could kill the mushed-mouth ape and Mo Luan a bit more fiercely and quickly, he could kill 2 more rounds of the human-faced arachnid before it could successfully transform into an external demon. Then perhaps Luo Nen really would have lost all of his corrosive light. Victory and defeat were separated by a thin line. However, the person who replayed the battle could only be the one who was alive. No matter how difficult it was for Luo Nen to win, no matter how distressed he was right now, these were all treatments that only the victor could enjoy. Now, the golden tree essence qi that the altar frame had seized should be divided equally between Rui Wen and the Blood Soul Temple. However, with Rui Wen's unique ability to assimilate her body and soul, she had no interest in these foreign impurities. She did not accept them at all, which benefited the Blood Soul Temple. The problem was that in the level of a closed system, the Blood Soul Temple really did not have the capital to monopolize it. A portion of it would be transferred to the Wraith Sign to enjoy, and the Wraith Sign would divide out a portion to offer to Luo Nan. Most of the resources used by the Bloody Soul Temple were used to build the Path of Blood and Fire. Currently, the altar at the summit had just been built, and the first 5 stages of the Bloody Soul Temple had been completed. There wasn't much left. The Blood Soul Temple was still continuously converting the impurities from the outside world to replenish their losses. The whirlpool in the lava lake in the stone forest was surging. It was chaotic. However, even if one could only enter the first 2 floors but not leave, the majority of the blood-red light was intercepted by the 3rd floor. Luo Nan watched the 2 stone puppets absorb the bloody light in an unending stream, while the 4th floor was only able to get some leftovers. This level of authority was messed up. He had originally wanted to interfere and see what kind of abnormality Jean Tong's bright light mark would produce. But after careful observation and evaluation, if the mark of light was to be completely enriched, the current amount of blood light energy would not be enough, even if it was multiplied by 10. Based on the situation of the cave puppets, it had at least 70 to 80% of Jean Tong's combat power at its peak, so the energy reserves needed were naturally massive. Unless he killed another transcendent, go to hell. Luo Nan suppressed this dangerous thought to the bottom of his heart for the time being. He couldn't help but think, what would happen if I went hunting? The wilderness, the ocean, or the cloud world? Luo Nan felt a bit delighted. It was hard not to have such thoughts after beheading an extraordinary of the 100 Greats level. But very quickly, a phone call suppressed his emotional water level by a lot. The call was from Emoya. She asked immediately, "Are you okay? Why wasn't he at the charity hall? Where are you, the police station?" Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Only now did Luo Nan recall that the St. Mary's Church Hospital was one of the many murder sites reported by the Xia City Police. It was only a wall away from the charity hall they were at last night. No wonder Amoya exploded in anger. Based on this deduction, wasn't his attitude a little too calm today? Luo Nan felt that it was a bit inappropriate, but he couldn't change it for the time being. He could only answer honestly, "We're currently at the South City Administration Hall doing the procedures. Today is Sunday. Something happened at the charity hall. It's not good to stay any longer, so I asked someone to—" Luo Nan pondered as he lied. Was this reason really useful? "I'm coming." "Hey, it's all over." "Hey." The other side had already hung up. Luo Nan couldn't help but sigh. Rue Wen's procedures were more or less done at this time. Could it be that he was still waiting here for Amoya to come over? Rue Wen, dressed in a simple t-shirt and cowboy attire, walked out from a compartment in the administration hall right as he was thinking. She was expressionless out of habit. Gauda followed closely by her side. As for the middle-aged man who was 2 steps behind her, he was a deputy chief of the Xia City SCA branch office. His surname was Hu. He had been requested by He Yuan to be appointed by the Xia City SCA branch office. He had rushed over specifically to help with the relevant business. As a high-ranking member of the SCA, this deputy chief, who possessed a clearer understanding of the inner world, his information was updated quite promptly, and he didn't lack the proper attitude. Perhaps it was because of this that he was selected by the Bureau to come over. Look at his expression. In any case, it wasn't natural. After all, the previous person in charge of this business, the person who had arranged for Luo Nan's group to be sent to the St. Mary's Charity Hall, was currently in the police freezer with his 9 companions, waiting to be cremated. Quantum Corporation was responsible for all funeral expenses, spending people's money, helping people block disasters. It was nothing more than this. Rue Wen didn't say a word. She walked to Luo Nan's side and stood there quietly. Whether it was the SCA's deputy chief, or Qin Yikuan and Gauda, who were responsible for Luo Nan and Rue Wen's safety, none of them discovered that this thin, quiet, stunted girl had disappeared for 3 seconds half an hour ago. She had floated back after killing an extraordinary. In reality, even though Luo Nan had seen everything from start to finish and had even helped guide and locate her, he was still in a dream right now. Luo Nan smiled at Rue Wen and bowed to express his thanks to Deputy Chief Hu. "Thank you, Chief Hu, for your help." He just spoke a few simple words of courtesy. He didn't really understand much else. Luckily, Deputy Chief Hu was quite slick. He chuckled and said, "You're welcome. You're welcome. According to Mr. Luo's request, this child's relationship has been transferred to the Forest Wall District's Lawn Town Welfare Institute. Both sides are fine. Once the procedures are completed, we can handle the adoption procedures." Deputy Chief, who was clearly playing dumb, he did his best to distance himself from the 16 billion, or 0.002%. He did his best to control his gaze and not meet Rue Wen's. Luo Nan was well aware of this, but he ignored it. The so-called Lawn Town Welfare Institute was the one overseen by the Dean of Myriad Pagoda. Luo Nan had Rue Wen transfer her relationship there because this was the only place Luo Nan knew of. The Xia City branch didn't have a similar organization, so it was inconvenient to operate. Of course, it was just in name. Luo Nan would still keep Rue Wen by his side in the future. He couldn't let her go to the Welfare Institute. Luo Nan had a very good impression of the Dean of Myriad Pagoda, but this was a terrifying temptation on the level of 16 billion. Using unnecessary tests to measure a person's heart was really a very unnecessary and foolish action. Luo Nan had already notified the Dean of Myriad Pagoda before this. He would soon start the adoption procedures for Rue Wen. It was just that it was impossible for him to do this with his age. He needed to obtain the consent of his aunt and uncle. Mo, you had left last night in order to get some information. He just didn't know what the results were. Luo Nan's mind wandered a bit as he thought about it. He was destined to be absolutely not a good person to chat with. He easily turned the topic cold. Deputy Chief, whose mood was a bit complicated. He wanted to stay far away from Luo Nan due to his safety instincts, but he also wanted to befriend Luo Nan. Luo Nan pressed his ear while he was in a dilemma. "Excuse me, I need to take a call." Deputy Chief, who hurriedly said, "Just do what you need to do." Luo Nan nodded toward him and connected to the hexa ear. Papercut was contacting him through voice. Papercut first asked about Rue when situation in the beginning, and Luo Nan didn't hide anything from him. Papercut was a bit shocked. "You're really going to adopt her? They're putting all the pressure on you." "There's no difference. It's just a matter of time." Luo Nan already had a realization. A huge business deal of 16 billion would make the vast majority of people in the world go crazy. Those greedy people would be like mad dogs, searching for any opportunity to take a bite. Then they would bite down without letting go. Once Luo Nan stood on the stage, even if it was just his silhouette, he would be picked up by them sooner or later. Hiding, concealing, shifting, and the like would no longer have any meaning in the future. He would no longer have any fate with the so-called low profile. Luo Nan chatted for a bit and suddenly felt strange. "Brother Papercut, you're quite well informed. I just finished the procedures over here." Papercut laughed. "I'm with Dinwan. Are you coming over in a bit?" "Huh? What's up?" Luo Nan really didn't have this plan today. He had already made an appointment with He Wayne. Once Wen's matters were settled, they would seriously discuss the security upgrade plan for him, Wen, and his family. However, it felt quite strange for Papercut, who had nothing to do with Dinwan, to appear at the orphanage. Papercut went straight to the point when Luo Nan asked, "It's because of the matter with old Jai. His situation is a bit strange right now. Can you come over and take a look?" "Worker Jai. That's right. I heard that not long after you left last night, he seemed to have thought of something. He stayed outside in the rain for an entire night, ignoring everyone. It was that kid Diwewu who called me." Papercut sent Luo Nan a video. Luo Nan skimmed it a few times, but he didn't actually watch it seriously. This was because he could observe things through a more intuitive form. His thoughts stirred, and he followed the outline of the soul cloak. He crossed a distance of nearly 100 kilometers and arrived at the Orchid Town Orphanage in the Forest Wall district. At this moment, Worker Jai was not in the orphanage. Instead, he was sitting by the roadside outside. There was a relatively regular stone under his, and his body was like a statue as he stared blankly at the freezing rain that was falling from the gaps between the buildings. In front of Worker Jai, the abandoned driveway that ran through the River Wu district, Forest Wall district, and Trigate district was already covered in thin ice. The bandits on the road had also quietened down. Luo Nan frowned as he observed Worker Jai for a moment. His initial judgment was that Worker Jai was in a state that seemed to be calm, yet wasn't. It was a bit like an epiphany. The breadth and depth of Worker Jai's processing of information should have increased. Dinwan and I both feel that old Jai has entered some sort of state of enlightenment. However, it's hard to say what he's comprehending. This is a matter of the spiritual domain. You're an expert, and you've been close to Jai Yinsheng recently. Do you have any guesses? When did I become an expert? Luo Nan shook his head. Actually, he already had a general understanding of what was going on. Moreover, he could solve the problem right now. However, doing this would be too shocking, and it might expose his trump card. I'd better go there. Chapter 517. Emoya, you must have been racing. Luo Nan looked at the time. Even if the South City District Administrative Hall wasn't that far away from the Santa Maria Charity Hall, it was a bit too exaggerated for him to have arrived so soon after hanging up the phone. I'll be there in a bit. Luo Nan gave Papercut a reply first. Then he hung up temporarily. He waved his hand at Emoya. As soon as he raised his hand, he regretted it. Speaking of which, from last night until now, he had stirred up a storm in the city and killed so many people that his eyes were bloodshot. He had not considered anything else. Speaking of which, Emoya wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with just a random excuse. He seemed to have exposed too many flaws during this period of time. But at this stage, there was no point in confessing anything other than making his family worried. But on the other hand, if the situation did not improve, it would not be a good thing for the family to not be vigilant. At the end of the day, this was a dilemma. It was his impulsive decision to accept Rue Wen's burden, but he was unable to resolve the repercussions. This was the inevitable result. Fortunately, the fruit wasn't ripe yet. There was still room for development. He didn't have much time to think. Emoya arrived in a few steps. It must be said that Emoya was originally a super clothes rack. After entering the commercial company, her current attire was even more like that of a celebrity. She wore a punk-style motorcycle leather jacket on her body and wore sunglasses. She looked extremely cool and dashing. However, Luo Nen knew very well that the hard-soled boots she was wearing were very painful to kick. This was clearly just an outfit for the convenience of fighting. However, Emoya actually let out a sigh of relief after seeing Luo Nan and Rue when both standing in the hall, safe and sound. Perhaps she had been too worried and on edge, so she lost her energy here. Or perhaps she had to pay attention to maintaining a bit of her image in front of Ruewen. She just took off her sunglasses and used them to nod at Luo Nan. You need to greet me in the future. Otherwise, how would I know if you're the one in the corpse bag that's being carried out? Luo Nan chuckled and gave an irrelevant answer. You came really fast. Of course. The rioters blew up a building just 2 or 3 blocks away from the Hall of Mercy. There's not even a ghost on the streets now. Don't you know? I know, but I had already left by then. It's only 4 blocks away from that building. What else could Luo Nan say? He could only smile. Fortunately, at this time, Ruewen attracted his attention. Emoya took great pity on this silent, thin, and weak child. She laughed as she bypassed Luo Nan to touch Ruewen's cheek. You didn't get scared, did you? It'll be much easier to stay at home in the future. Wow, the little guy's skin is so good. This was not the first time Emoya sighed with emotion. With Ruewen's special innate talent of body and soul merging, her entire body was pure and translucent, almost inhuman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was spotless and that her skin was like jade. Even with a magnifying glass, one wouldn't be able to find any flaws. It was useless for Emoya to be envious of him. Luo Nan was still worried. If Ruewen wasn't used to Emoya's intimate actions and disappeared into thin air in a flash, that would be quite awkward. Fortunately, Ruewen was very calm and could even be said to be very obedient. She allowed Emoya to fiddle with her, but her eyes were always fixed on this woman who was a head taller than her. It seemed that she was observing her, and perhaps even a little curious. This is a good start. In the end, Emoya was still a semi-professional who raised a younger brother at home. She wasn't blindly unrestrained and passionate. After expressing enough goodwill towards Ruewen, she continued to close the distance from a new angle. Let me see. The wristband is already fitted. The SCA is the most active at times like this. Have you added me as a friend yet? Come. I'll be the first. Perhaps it was because she was stained with the blood of the Luo family. But Emoya was quite accomplished when it came to acting as if no one else was present. Deputy Bureau Chief, who was a bit embarrassed, to the side. He subconsciously coughed. He was a bit confused about the relationship between Luo Nan and Emoya. At first, he thought that they were ability users or friends or lovers. But then he felt that it wasn't the case. They were most likely brother and sister. Why do I feel that it's a bit weird? Deputy Bureau Chief, who faintly felt that he had grasped something, but he couldn't make it clear for a time. Right when he was in a daze, he heard Emoya introduce her communicator number to Ruewin. "Oh, this is my name. Emoya. If you want to chat with me, just tap on it. Voice control is fine too." Emoya. Deputy Bureau Chief, who was still under a lot of pressure. His mind was a bit absent-minded. He subconsciously said this name. Emoya turned her head in a daze. "You are." "Huh. Who?" Uncle Who?" Emoya never thought that she would bump into someone she knew here. Moreover, this person's identity was quite sensitive. She was also stunned for a moment. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. She recalled the surname of this middle-aged man and greeted him. She felt that she was a generation lower than him. She had no choice. This deputy bureau chief, who was in the same Xia City SCA branch as her father, even though they weren't under the same command, they were still on the same level. She had met him a few times during the internal family parties of the branch. She had even been half-truthfully mentioned as a partner. Oh my, it seemed that her mouth had been slapped just now. Emoya pondered in her mind, but her face had a brilliant smile. "Uncle Who? Why are you here? Aren't you resting today?" He, Deputy Bureau Chief, who only knew how to laugh dryly for a time. His mind was a bit muddled in that instant. He looked at Emoya, then he looked at Luo Nan. Finally, through a certain nerve in his brain, he connected the two domains that didn't belong to each other. He connected the two siblings before him together. Bullshit authority of the inner world. Within a second, Deputy Bureau Chief, who had cordially greeted the 18 generations of the ancestors of a certain big shot in the system who had decided to isolate the authority information system of the secular world and the inner world. He had severed the mapping relationship. He had also given an important explanation on the family relationships of this big shot. Did the PR company of the inner world cheat on your wife? Otherwise, why would they come up with such an idea that would even clog up the Photoshop? In this moment, Deputy Bureau Chief, who recalled the flying shuttle that crashed near the SCA office building this morning, extending his line of thought a bit further, he suddenly had a reasonable explanation for the 4 unidentified deaths in the machine-operated cafeteria of the Bible Corporation, the wife of a certain high-ranking employee of their branch. Of course, he would never forget that the entire leadership had worked overtime and been on standby since last night. They had quickly pulled out a long death list. What was even more bullshit was that they couldn't do anything under the influence of powerful figures in the military and government. Deputy Bureau Chief, whose originally pale face faded even more. He noticed that Emoya's gaze had already turned a bit doubtful, and the expression of that damned ancestor next to her was a bit unkind. What the hell was this? Deputy Bureau Chief, who used his decades of ruthless work experience to instantly deduce the most likely relationship state between this pair of siblings and their family. Then a smile blossomed on his face. Oh, it really is you, Emoya. You're a big star now. Then this is the one from the Hai Hang family. He was a bit at a loss for words for a time. Luckily, he quickly pulled back his mask and turned his gaze to Luo Nan. He continued to chuckle. So, it's the child of the Hai Hang family. I remember that you're my nephew, right? We've met before, but you were too young back then. You were also very shy. I didn't recognize you at all today. If I had known about this relationship earlier, I wouldn't have needed Mr. Gao to introduce me. You could have just told Hai Hang to let me know. Luo Nen blinked and put on a smile. I'm sorry, Uncle Hu. I'm sorry about what happened just now. I was young back then, so I didn't remember it clearly. I didn't dare greet you. The two began to chuckle together. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, Emoya's gaze cut back and forth between the two's faces a few times. Her meaning was very clear. Are you King kidding me? It must be said that Deputy Chief, who was a veteran actor, this bit of improvisation shouldn't have been a problem for him. However, his condition today really wasn't that great. His performance was a bit stiff. As for Luo Nan, There was no need to even mention him. Deputy Chief, who also knew that saying too much would only lead to more mistakes. He puffed out his belly and laughed. The matter has been settled. We've gotten to know each other again. Originally, I should be treating you guys to a meal as an elder. Oh, the timing isn't right. I still have some things to do over there. I'll find some time later. Having said this, he braced himself and revealed a smile towards the legendary 2/1000th of a girl. This little fellow is quite clever. Your family has gained another piece of good fortune. Hold on. If I say these words, won't someone think that I'm mocking him? Deputy Chief, who felt that he already didn't know how to speak. Luckily, Amoya had a certain standard when it came to the ways of the world. She immediately smiled and bowed. This is all thanks to your help, Uncle Hu. My family will definitely hold a feast to thank you later. Please do come. Okay. He. Deputy Chief, who made up his mind. He was going to leave Xia City right now. He was going to book a plane ticket immediately. It didn't matter where he was going. Even in a state of emergency, a leader should theoretically be on duty 24 hours a day. But wouldn't it be fine if he gave up his year-end bonus this year? Mo, you watched Deputy Chief, who walked out of the administrative hall in a hurry. She gazed at Luo Nan, then her gaze swept over Qin Ikuin and Gouda. She suddenly smiled. Excellent. As the saying goes, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. My boy, your current social circle is quite spectacular. Go back and tell Mom. She'll definitely be very happy. The corner of Luo Nan's eye twitched. I'm in high school after all. Amoya lowered her voice a bit. Really? You've put down your previous work? You don't have any problems with your funds, right? Luo Nan was stupefied when faced with the biggest benefactor of his life. But he could only shake his head right now. He understood in his heart that it wouldn't be that easy to get through this time. Who knew that Amoya would raise an eyebrow and change the topic. The procedures are done. Are you going home? I'm going to take Rue Wen to the orphanage to perfect the procedures. Do you want to come with me? Luo Nan took the initiative to invite her. But Amoya unexpectedly refused. She put on her sunglasses and shook her head. I have a schedule tonight. I should go meet up. You guys just pay attention to your safety. No problem. The group of people walked out of the administrative hall like this. Amoya had just bought a red sports car a few days ago. She smiled as she gave Rue Wen a light hug. Then she nodded goodbye to Qin Ikuin and Gao before getting into the car. The car window slid down. Only now did she hook her hand at Luo Nan. Luo Nan walked forward and bent down to look at her. Amoya's eyes stared over from behind her sunglasses. I've always believed that people without ideals are trash worse than dogs. But don't make me regret supporting you. Luo Nan was silent for a second before spitting out a word. I won't. Her voice was faint, but it was clear and distinct within the classic rumbling noise of the sports car's engine. Chapter 518. The Jeep started moving. It first headed south, circled around the Huanhai Highway, and headed toward the Western Forest Wall District. Luo Nan received Amoya's reminder in the car. He gave his aunt a call. The outside world was in a state of chaos. He had to report that he was safe no matter what. The call didn't last long. It ended after a minute or two. Everything was normal on the phone, but Luo Nan couldn't help but stroke his brows. He didn't know when his brows had become knotted. It must be known that the entirety of Xia City was under the surveillance of his soul cloak. Luo Nan poured his thoughts into it, and no changes in the situation at home could be hidden from his eyes. Luo Nan's aunt and uncle were sitting in the living room at home right now. The two were silent. Luo Shuqing had been fiddling with the wristband on her wrist the entire time after the call ended. Her expression could be described as calm or repressed. She wasn't as calm as she appeared on the phone. As for Luo Nan's uncle, Mo Hyang, he was sitting to the side. He was hugging his stupid, black and thick mobile workstation, operating it. He even had an electronic cigarette in his mouth. Steam rose and it made a sizzling sound. This scene made Luo Nan think of the time when he eavesdropped on Luo Nan's uncle and aunt's conversation. They and Mo, yeah. Where did their train of thought go? Luo Nan spoke subconsciously. He didn't want to hear an answer. He just wanted to calm his emotions a bit. Chin Ikuin, who was next to him, thought seriously for a moment. He replied, "From Miss Mo Ye's behavior, perhaps she believes that your research results have been sold for a good price, or that you have a very powerful investor." Luo Nan was stunned for a moment. He turned his head. Chin Ikuin spoke softly. "The research of supernatural powers has made quite a bit of progress in recent years. It also represents a certain trend. Therefore, there has always been a lot of active capital in the outer circles of the inner world. They will always set their eyes on some projects with potential. They will use all kinds of methods to invest in relationships in an attempt to get a share of the pie. Of course, once capital is injected, whether ability users or capital is the leader will depend on the specific situation and analysis." Luo Nan went, "Oh." Chin Ikuin's words reminded him of something similar. Octopus and Crag Burst had told him about this before. Octopus had yet to finalize his latest thesis, but a pharmaceutical company had already come knocking on his door. They wished to jointly develop relevant targeted drugs. It was said that the VM agreement was quite considerable. In this sense, it was not impossible to say that Luo Nan's research results could be sold for a good price. This is a good reason. Luo Nan was a bit moved. If he could do more research on this and gradually transfer his situation in the inner world, it would not be a problem. Instead of letting the family's imagination run wild, it was better to guide them in a controllable direction. In any case, uncle and aunt's acceptance of this matter should be better than ordinary people who had no concept. He asked for Chin Ikuin's opinion. "Brother Chin, what do you think about the topic research on targeting drugs based on formatting theory? Do you think it will work if you use it to attract investments?" Chin Ikuin shook his head. "I'm a layman." Luo Nan grew excited. "I think it's quite reliable. Actually, there are projects. Brother Octopus's progress is quite good already. I can ask Sister Yuan to help draft up a plan later." As Luo Nan's accumulated power was released layer by layer and soared all the way, he already possessed a prominent position in the inner world. He also possessed the corresponding right to speak. All right, perhaps it was his companions at the Xia City branch who were flattering him. But Luo Nan felt that the matter of pushing out a genuine formatting theory and giving his grandfather a proper name could be put on the agenda in the near future. Formatting theory itself had all sorts of problems. He Wayne had warned that formatting theory deviated greatly from the mainstream research direction of the world. But Luo Nan, a living example, would attract a portion of people to join in the research of formatting theory and form new results. It must be known that Luo Nan would certainly be one of the most eye-catching focal points of the inner world for some time in the future, unless he was cleanly eliminated by someone. Brother Octopus was a successful example. Luo Nan hoped that hundreds and thousands of such examples would appear. In that case, his grandfather, Luo Nan's suddenly excited mood stopped for a moment. He couldn't help but think of the hospital's diagnosis of his grandfather's condition. He subconsciously used his soul cloak to roughly observe his grandfather's current situation. An old man who was already emaciated and deformed was wrapped in a thick blanket in the hospital room. He sat on the bed and stared blankly at the pattering, freezing rain outside. Luo Nan didn't know what this rain, this city, and this world looked like in his grandfather's eyes. The severe symptoms of schizophrenia caused everything before this old man's eyes to transform into the harshest and most realistic of illusions. In this unchangeable and distorted world, even the most rigorous rationality had to yield to the patient's instinctive feelings, creating absurd logic. Even for the patient, it was still rigorous and thorough. It was impeccable. Reality was just this sorrowful. Luo Nan's soul cloak gave him an astonishing range of perception, but it also made it impossible for him to avoid this reality. He didn't even have the chance to buffer. But perhaps it was because of the continuous advancement of his cultivation and the influence of his glorious battle achievements. Luo Nan had a marvelous confidence and premonition right now. Perhaps it was a misconception. In reality, this wasn't something that suddenly appeared. It had formed a long time ago. If his grandfather always adhered to the logic of formatting theory, then perhaps the only person who could communicate with him would be Luo Nan himself. Even if he couldn't do it right now, sooner or later he would discover a docking window as his understanding and application of formatting theory deepened. Luo Nan had once thought of using a psychic's drawing to try it out, but now that he thought about it, it was quite unrealistic. Due to the aggravation of his schizophrenia, the heavens knew what the drawing looked like in his grandfather's eyes. Only by truly connecting their minds could that tiny bit of possibility be unearthed. Luo Nan turned his head to face Rue when his thoughts reached this point. It'll be a bit quieter in 2 days. I'll take you to see my grandfather. There's a new person in the family. I should at least let him know. Rue listened quietly. She didn't say much. Luo Nan knew that she didn't refuse, and that was enough. Luo Nan let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair. He slightly closed his eyelids, but when he wanted to open them again, he felt that they were strangely heavy. A deep black tide surged over in an instant, nearly engulfing him. He did his best to open his eyes twice, but he actually couldn't open them. He nearly wanted to fall asleep, but he was suddenly startled in his daze. He suddenly exerted strength and broke out in a layer of cold sweat. Only then did his drowsiness disappear a bit. Mr. Luo. Qin Yikuen noticed Luo Nan's mental state. He was a bit worried. You should sleep in the car for a bit. You haven't slept for nearly 40 hours. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Luo Nan told a completely unconvincing lie and said, Open the car windows. Let some air in. This didn't quite meet the security requirements, but God, who sat in the driver's seat, still did as he was told. As the car windows were lowered, the air currents brought about by the high-speed travel, along with the freezing rain and cold air, surged in. This caused Luo Nan's mind to shake, and quite a bit of his drowsiness disappeared. However, he understood very well that this was a temporary phenomenon. Not sleeping for 40 hours wasn't a reason for him to be sleepy. With his current level of cultivation and attainments, not sleeping for 4 days was no big deal. However, the current situation was different in the end. The root of everything was still the soul cloak that he had unfurled with all his strength. From Luo Nan's perspective, as long as the large production line of his closed system operated endlessly, the area covered by the soul cloak could endlessly expand outwards. The area covered by the soul cloak had already been pushed out nearly 600 kilometers, not counting the area on land. Moreover, it showed no signs of stopping. It was because of this that Luo Nan was able to accurately lock onto Jin Tong's position within the boundless ocean. He set up an ambush and killed this heavily injured extraordinary in the shortest amount of time possible. But the matter of expanding the range was the natural result of his closed system and his special interference method. It was just like stuffing things into a hard drive. The framework was there. It was a matter of course. Anyone could do it. However, to sort out a logic that ran through everything from beginning to end within a hard drive that was crammed full of information, and to perform efficient calculations in a timely manner, the difficulty had risen by more than a single level. In the cloud world, the range of Luo Nan's soul cloak's expansion was much vaster than in the cloud world. It was just that the environment there was relatively monotonous and the targets were limited. There was no need for any calculations at all. But in Xia City, he needed to sort out and quickly process all sorts of information within this vast region. This included, but was not limited to, 20 transportation layers, 24 administrative districts, several dozen professional employment organizations, over 100 dangerous targets from the inner world, and countless dangerous nodes and locations. After all, no one knew when or how a fatal crisis would befall him or any of his loved ones. Luo Nen undoubtedly felt guilty for creating such a situation. This was no longer just a problem of energy and ability. It also included straightforward pressure and suppression. Luo Nen thought about the matters of his loved ones in his mind. A considerable portion of them were precisely the deformed embodiment of this pressure. Right now, the pressure was as great as a mountain, and the exhaustion of his mental strength was severe. But he needed to maintain a calm demeanor in front of others, especially Ruewen. Otherwise, how could he display the responsibility he should have? However, these days could not continue for too long. Luo Nen intentionally diverted his attention in order to avoid being assaulted by his fatigue once more. His eyeballs swiveled, and his gaze stopped at the front control screen. A video program was playing there. God had turned it on after getting in the car. God and Qin Ikuin were both professionals. Their professional standards were extremely high. Normally, when they were driving and executing missions, they would not be distracted by other matters. But right now, they were paying attention to this program because it was relatively sensitive and closely related to the mission. Right now, the program was displaying a certain region in the outer seas of Xiao City. The Hill of Bones was floating on the surface of the sea. Luo Nen had nothing to say. Is Zhan Ji still broadcasting live? Qin Ikuin answered. Right now, she's only providing the live footage. The main point is still the analysis of the experts. God increased the volume of the program as he spoke, and he transmitted the image to the audio and video system in the back seats. Without the stimulating, immersive scene, the appeal of Zhan Ji's live broadcast would drop by over half. Right now, they were faced with this extremely topical topic, but there was no straightforward answer to the Hill of Bones. It was the turn of the experts from all walks of life to step onto the stage and display their talent for nonsense. It was reasonable to say that the most important question was who created the Hill of Bones. However, a large portion of the energy of the experts from all walks of life wasn't focused on this. Instead, they were focused on the accumulating gold beneath the Hill of Bones. This dual-purpose ship possessed a very strong symbolic significance, especially when the search work continued. More and more corpses and remains of the members of the 5 metal hunting group were found in the surrounding seas. The topic of discussion inevitably pointed towards a most crucial point. The 5 metal hunting group was nearly completely annihilated. This was something that could already be confirmed. But had the true soul of the group, Jin Tong, already melted into this hill of bones? Not even his bones remained? Or did he rely on the inconceivable abilities of extraordinaries to avoid death? Whether he lived or died, whether he survived or perished, this determined the nature of this matter. Aside from this, even if the number of people who died was multiplied by 10, it still wouldn't have any decisive significance. And for the Xia City branch, the focus of their attention was different. Qin Ikuin spoke in a low voice, looking at the intelligence from the various airlines and various internal transportation points. I'm afraid that there will be a large number of people entering the country in the next few days. The intimidation generated by this live broadcast is lower than we expected. If Her Majesty Empress Wu could... Sigh. Qin Ikuin felt that it was useless to say anything more when he spoke to this point. He shook his head and shut his mouth. However, Luo Nen already understood what Qin Ikuin meant. He shook his head as well, but the meaning behind Qin Ikuin's words was quite different. 16 billion, 2 out of 1,000. The vast majority of people will be tempted, but the ones who are tempted and have the power to act will always be a small portion. Qin Ikuin found Luo Nan's words strange. The problem is that since these people have the power to act, they won't easily let go. If we can't stop this momentum, then it can only prove that we haven't killed enough of these fellows with the power to act. Qin Ikuin was speechless. Luo Nan's eyelids trembled slightly. He was still restrained by his drowsiness. His voice was a bit indistinct. A few days ago, I participated in Charlie and Tian Lai's funerals. I thought through a problem. Since we are all part of a large network of social relationships, a certain lack will cause discomfort. People will habitually make an issue out of this network. Those people treat me like this. And if I want to counterattack, killing a few people will affect many more people. I will be exhausted from running for my life in the future. Brother Qin, don't you think this makes sense? Qin Ikuin was unable to respond. God looked over through the rearview mirror. This young genius in the eye of the storm. Has he finally revealed his worry? Luo Nan's drooping eyelids covered his pupils. It was impossible to see what he was thinking in the end. On the program, the rather die-hard faction and the rather lively faction were still arguing. If they could fight, the two sides would certainly beat the brains out of each other. Luo Nan could only think in this clamorous and lively atmosphere. Fortunately, there is a phenomenon in this world. It's called birds of a feather flock together. The freezing rain fell without end. The infrastructure of the high-altitude stratum was good, but it was indifferent to this. However, the feeling of watching the rolling muddy water form a line in the recycling stratum as it fell from the sky wasn't that wonderful. According to statistics, 14 of the 24 administrative districts of Xia City possessed the recycling stratum. The Western City District and the 4 satellite cities had the most recycling stratum. This was because these places were the gates to the wilderness. They were also the sewage outlets that poured out the city's garbage in various senses. At the same time, they were also the flow points of gray capital. Setting up a welfare home here was actually a very subtle matter. It was very easy for people to misunderstand. Those who knew the ropes would ask what the code of the dark web was. Those who were impatient would directly inquire about the price. But then again, even in the well-ordered South City District, where the recycling stratum didn't exist, who knew how many crimes were hidden within the Santa Maria Charity Hall? From this aspect, Principal Juan Pagoda, overseeing the Lawn Town Welfare Home, had at least established a Pure Land. Luo Ning got off the car by the roadside outside the welfare home. Dean Juan, Papercut, and the kid Diwewu were waiting at the entrance. Beside them was Worker Zhai, who was sitting upright and watching the rain. Worker Zhai's situation hadn't changed at all compared to what he had observed through the soul cloak. He was watching the rain, but he wasn't foolishly trying to see the rain as a flower. He had entered a state of selflessness, testing out his own ideas over and over again. That's right. Worker Zhai was endlessly sketching the condensation ring. He should have faintly discovered the subtle changes in the environment caused by the freezing rain. He hoped to borrow the interference scene constructed by the soul cloak to seize the opportunity to complete the condensation ring project. After all, the water molecules were sufficiently interfered with. They were exceptionally lively. It was different from being by the side of a pool or the surface of the sea. This pulsating rhythm was an extremely beneficial guide. Actually, the success rate of Worker Zhai's telepathic drawing was already extremely high. Occasionally, droplets of water would fly through the curtain of rain, showing the results of his hard work. However, these works were lacking by a thread compared to the semi-permanent structure Luo Nan spoke of, a stable carrier that carried the wonders of the interference between the mental and the material. This thread of difference was the most torturous. Since Luo Nan was the one who proposed the cultivation plan, he naturally had his own thoughts when faced with the situation. However, Papercut and Principal Juan Pagoda were both present, so he didn't act rashly. Instead, he asked for their opinions. The model you spoke of is reliable in theory, but it's lacking by a bit. Papercut also saw the doorway. He was a mental side awakened, so his general knowledge structure was much more solid than Luo Nan's. Today's environment is good, and my state is good. If I can't even do this, it will be too hurtful. Juan Pagoda said, although the material nature doesn't conflict, it isn't the best point of focus. What Papercut didn't understand Luo Nen understood. Din Wan means that the condensation ring itself isn't too compatible with the nature of worker Zhai's ability. You're talking about mutual promotion and restraint. Papercut and Gao Tianshi had a good relationship. They had been together for a long time, so Papercut was a bit affected. This description had a very traditional flavor to it. Juan Pagoda actually expressed his approval. It doesn't matter if it's metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or electromagnetism, heat, and other forms of expression. They are all just entry-level steps that lead to the ultimate material nature. However, everyone's temperament is different, and their sensitivity is different. Their directions should be different as well. Old Zhai's ability is electron affinity. Could it be that he needs the condensation ring? Papercut cracked a joke that wasn't really a joke. Her Majesty Empress Wu probably doesn't have any in stock. Actually, everyone understood that controlling water molecules and controlling electrons was not something that someone at worker Zhai's level could reach. When all was said and done, this ring and that ring were just handrails. They needed a relatively stable support in the material world, allowing the illusory soul strength to function and multiply. Hearing their discussion, Di Weiwu, who had been listening to the heavenly book all this time, suddenly sighed with emotion. The mental side is so troublesome. I'll just read scriptures with the dean. Hey, Rui Wen, what's your ability? That's right. This little mischievous fellow was sighing with emotion because he wanted to strike up a conversation with Rui Wen. He wanted to probe her background. A new person had entered the orphanage without rhyme or reason. She was older than them by a head, and she was a backdoor entrant. He couldn't help but be curious. Unfortunately, Rui Wen remained silent. She just stood quietly by Luo Nan's side. Luo Nan wasn't interested in children's tricks. He observed worker Zhai's work from a close distance during the course of their conversation. He came to a preliminary conclusion. Worker Zhai's work was much more meticulous than his when it came to the condensation ring. The overall structure outlined by worker Zhai's sole strength manifested the rigor and precision of engineering drawings. Luo Nan could see that worker Zhai's outline seemed to divide the condensation ring structure into many fulcrums and boundaries. Worker Zhai broke it down into blocks and steps that could be pieced together. Luo Nan was enlightened as he watched for a long time. He gained a deeper understanding of the subtle details of the interference between the mental and the material. This method was undoubtedly the most labor-saving and optimal solution. But behind the precision was an unsustainable predicament. Luo Nan would probably never be able to experience this sort of feeling. Luo Nan admired worker Zhai's meticulousness, but the situation was different now. It would be too much of a waste of an opportunity. He thought for a moment and silently stepped forward. He abruptly bumped into worker Zhai, interrupting worker Zhai's state of oblivion. Worker Zhai was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look and saw Luo Nan simply sit on the ground, ignoring the dampness. He took out the split-page notebook that rarely left his side and turned on the flexible e-ink screen and drawing software. Rays of light shot out and diffused outwards, reaching the boundaries of the notebook. Luo Nan chose the rarely used three-dimensional drawing mode. He didn't hesitate at all. He simply put his pen to paper in the work area. The structure of the condensation ring was like a smooth donut. The center was empty, and the overall rules weren't complicated. However, this sort of three-dimensional curve structure was extremely difficult to draw by hand, compared to forming it with one's thoughts. Smooth lines required considerable professional skill. Luo Nan and worker Zhai both had this. Worker Zhai could see that Luo Nan's composition, lines, and so on were beautiful, but they weren't particularly precise. They were more like freehand strokes. It was undeniable that this method was exceptionally smooth. Soon, the projection area was filled with over a dozen similar structures. Luo Nan even turned on the animation effects, causing these donuts to flip back and forth. Then Luo Nan crooked his finger at Di Weiwu. Come, Weiwu. I'll show you a magic trick. Huh. Blow on these donuts. They'll be a surprise. Are you trying to coax a child? If you don't come, I'll have your sister Rue win blow. Sister? Di Weiwu was shocked. This was a situation he never imagined. He instinctively looked at Rue Wen's chest. Luo Nen flicked a raindrop with his finger, and it hit Di Weiwu on the forehead. Are you going to blow or not? Blow. Watch me blow your cowhide off. Even though Luo Nan said this, Di Weiwu still moved forward with great interest. He puffed his cheeks and fiercely blew on the painting area. It was at this moment that the dozen or so donuts in the work area seemed to be brushed by the airflow. They floated out from the bound light of the work area. They seemed to be stained with special light powder, and they transformed into glowing bubbles that changed shape and scattered outwards. Wow, this is cool, Di Weiwu praised loudly. He was completely unaware of the difficulty of producing a similar scene. Luo Nan's method was inspired by the Order of Justice. Back then, the Order of Justice had used a projector to construct the structure of the sacred space. There was also the Myriad Towers. They had used a similar method to test Xie Junping and Du Yang's attainments in the mystic arts. Compared to the projector array, Luo Nan's method embodied the interference effect of soul strength turning the void into reality. His method of using interference strength to draw in light was even more breathtaking. Of course, the magic trick was just a gimmick. The true value of this method was revealed later. The glowing bubbles rapidly shrank at a visible rate. A small portion of them collapsed due to structural instability, but most of them shrunk to the point where it was hard to see with the naked eye. This was because the work area of the flexible screen was loaded with the glimmering energy of the glimmering screen. It released rays of light that were like the eye of a needle. 2 seconds later, these rays of light transformed into resplendent, pearl-like light. This was because the structure of the condensation rings had successfully gathered water molecules. The water droplets refracted light. Chapter 519. This was all Luo Nen could do in regards to Worker Zhai's leap from 0 to one of the Dragon's Gate. Perhaps turning Worker Zhai into a member of his closed production line would greatly speed up the process. But what was the point of this pointless efficiency? Luo Nen patted Worker Zhai on the shoulder and stood up. After a slight hesitation, she stuffed the notebook in her hands into his hands. Perhaps the randomness of pure craftsmanship would help Worker Zhai struggle out of his excessive pursuit of precision. Worker Zhai raised his head and smiled at Luo Nan. He was not polite. He picked up the digital pen and began to draw up and down in the working area of the drawing software, disregarding everything else. His body language was much more relaxed. Luo Nan shifted his gaze. Brother Papercut, don't just sit around. You've also trained in the condensation ring. Come over and talk to Worker Zhai. Papercut had been looking at the translucent water droplets penetrating the curtain of rain in a daze. After he came to his senses, he spat. Only a ghost has ever practiced it. Cough. Even if he did, it would be for fun. Though he said this, he still came over obediently. He sat in Luo Nan's previous seat and watched Worker Zhai draw. At this moment, Di Weiwu had also recovered from the excitement of witnessing mental magic with his own eyes. His eyes were shining, and he had an expression that said, I don't understand it at all, but it's so interesting. Someone hurry up and teach me. However, he had just expressed his disdain for this sort of cultivation method. In the end, he didn't have the face to spit it out in a short amount of time. He simply made his way between his godfather and Papercut, staring closely at Luo Nan's loose-leaf notebook. He wanted to find a possible mechanism within it. Since the three of them were together, Luo Nan no longer disturbed them. He smiled at Din Wanta and said, Let's go through the formalities. Luo Nan was talking about the continuation of Rue Wen's relationship transfer. Actually, it was more or less done in the administrative hall. Luo Nan was just saying this to give Worker Zhai some space and to chat with Dean Wanta. Forget about the procedures. I think what you should do now is to have a good sleep. Dean Wanta's words were almost the same as Chin Ikuin's advice in the car. Obviously, Luo Nan's exhausted appearance had reached the point where everyone could see it. At this moment, Chin Ikuin nodded at the side, expressing that Dean Wan's words had deeply resonated with him. Luo Nan grinned, but he didn't say much. He led Rui Wen inside. Wan Ta stopped persuading him and directly called the nanny of the orphanage to complete the last part of the procedures. It took a total of 5 minutes. At this time, worker Zhai and the others had not made any breakthroughs. Luo Nan could not come and go in a hurry, so he stayed in the reception room and chatted with Wan Ta. Rui Wen sat quietly by Luo Nan's side. Chin Ikuin wandered around the room, appreciating the first-rate design effects. Luo Nan could not help but let out a yawn in the time it took to say a few words. A black tide surged before his eyes, and his mind grew more and more absent-minded. Just now, when he had helped worker Zhai change his train of thought, he had boosted his spirit and gotten a little excited. Now that the excitement had passed, he felt even more tired. The Dean of Myriad Pagoda was making tea for Luo Nan and the others. She said leisurely when she saw this. Forcibly going against the nature of matter is never pleasant. With such a heavy burden on you right now, once you suffer a backlash, the consequences will be even more serious. Luo Nan's eyelids twitched when he heard this, but he didn't completely open them in the end. It was also Wan Ta's fault. The reception room he designed had maximized the livability and comfort factor. Sitting on the old sofa, one's body would feel soft and unconsciously relaxed. But now was absolutely not the time for him to relax. He couldn't sleep no matter what. Right now, the entire world was watching Xiao City. Countless ability users were rushing over. Since it was unknown whether Jin Tong was alive or dead, these people held quite a bit of wishful thinking. The more wishful thinking they were, the more dangerous it was. Luo Nan knew that he was walking on a tightrope, but he believed that his limit was far from being reached. Wait a bit more. Wait a bit more. Wait until a sufficient number of people came in, and they entered this large net woven by the freezing rain. The hexa ear vibrated slightly, and Luo Nan's telepathy swept over. He was dazed for a moment before he confirmed the relevant information. It was the OK hand signal sent by the octopus. Luo Nan responded, "Thanks. I'll go get it from you in a bit. Don't forget that this is Shangding." This short sentence displayed the grief and indignation of the researchers who had been forcibly transferred. Luo Nan laughed for a moment. Only then did he hear Wan Ta's voice enter his ears. The sensitivity of nerve cells to information will decrease under a state of suppression. If something goes wrong right now, it will be very hard for you to react. This isn't decided by the range of your senses. Luo Nan quivered. His eyelids completely opened as he looked at Wan Ta. This sentence was much more straightforward than the previous one. This leader of the Order of Creators clearly had a certain understanding of the current state of affairs. Moreover, he was aware of a deeper level of information. Luo Nan looked at Wan Ta. Chin Ikuin, who had turned to the corner of the reception room, cast a stunned gaze toward Luo Nan. The bodyguard also heard some clues from Wan Ta's words, but he still didn't dare to make a rash judgment. Wan Ta noticed the change in Chin Ikuin's expression, his brows slightly furrowed. Only now did he realize that Luo Nan's actions were actually hidden from even his own bodyguard. His previous words were a bit careless. Luo Nan laughed and sighed at this time. This is a helpless move. However, even you, Dean Wan, know about it. The speed at which news spreads is truly beyond imagination. Wan Ta laughed when he saw that Luo Nan didn't care, but his following words were a bit more conservative. The Starry Sky Club is the outer circle of the inner world. Relevant missions have indeed been posted, especially this morning. Information related to 16 billion and 2 out of 1,000 was posted all over the high-level mission area of the club. However, the Xia City branch should have already exerted pressure. They have already been cleaned up. Rue Wen raised her eyes from beside Luo Nan when he mentioned the words 2 out of 1,000. Her gaze streaked across Wan Ta's face. It was like an incorporeal strike that tore apart the light in the room. Then everything returned to normal. Wan Ta was a bit startled. Luo Nen followed up with a topic. Only on the surface, right? Yes, that's right. There should still be people on the internal dark network. People have sent out employment invitations to religious people like me. Wan Ta was magnanimous. He only treated this information as a topic of conversation. It could also be considered a reminder. Luo Nen actually already had a relevant concept. He Wayne had always been sending him relevant information, allowing him to have an intuitive understanding of the situation. Compared to this, he still wanted to discuss a more realistic problem with Wan Ta. It's inevitable that people will be restless. However, Dean Wan, is it really that easy to see through matters related to coverage? That's not true. Wan Ta was a researcher and preacher. He didn't have much interest in secular matters. Seeing that Luo Nen didn't mind, Wan Ta took the initiative to bring up relevant matters. Wan Ta turned to this domain. Pure interference on the microscopic level doesn't have much of an effect. Others might not be able to detect it. It's just that evil thoughts and killing intent are too much. This sort of negative emotion is like dust pollution. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just a general idea. I understand. Luo Nen nodded toward Wan Ta. They were talking about the condensation ring as the core of the soul cloak, which was the interference scene. It was also the substantial background of the freezing rain in Xia City. Luo Nen paid abnormal attention to the concealment of the soul cloak. This was because it involved not only his plans in Xia City, but also his goals in the cloud world. From last night until now, everything about this toy was good. The only thing lacking was its concealment. This made Luo Nen a bit worried. After all, he had used the soul cloak to monitor Gongqi for a long time in the cloud world. If the concealment was unreliable, then a considerable portion of the information he received over the past few days would be wrong. Luo Nen no longer cared about Qi Nikuan's thoughts. He followed Wan Ta's words and made some adjustments. Then he asked, "What about now?" Wan Ta shook his head. "Since I already know, there's no reason to overlook it. You and I may be in the lawful camp, but the orders we rely on are different. It's hard to avoid conflicting senses. As for the source, if you hadn't come personally, it would have been hard for me to lock onto it. This doesn't seem like your true core order. The binding force it gives off isn't that strong." "Yes, I mostly use it to sense and gather information." Luo Nan was a bit disappointed with the concealment of the soul cloak, but he had no other choice. He could only pay attention to it in the future. Then he sighed with emotion. It's convenient to use, but the pressure is a bit great. Luo Nan remembered what Peony had said to him during the incident at the municipal plaza. It was an enormous challenge for any psychic ability user to gather information from several 100,000 people at once. A bad move might even result in a backlash. Back then, Luo Nan used his unique clairvoyance mode to greatly reduce the relevant information. He extracted the essentials of the information and resolved this problem. The range of Luo Nan's mental senses, supported by the soul cloak, no longer covered the municipal plaza. It covered the vast expanse of Xia City and its surrounding regions. This was an enormous plate of information spanning nearly 100,000 square kilometers and over 200 million people. Even with the simplification and filtering effects of the life sketches, the enormous amount of information far exceeded the limits of what Luo Nen could handle. An unending supply of soul strength did not mean that there was no limit to the heart strength. In fact, the heart strength was rooted in the foundation of the human skeleton. The brain consumed energy at every moment, and at the same time it emitted waste heat. There was an upper limit to the operating speed of this low-end version of the biological computer. The source lay in the material structure of the brain. Even though Luo Nan's physical fitness was incomparable to the past, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, it was impossible for him to cover all aspects when faced with such an enormous flood of information. Right now, he could only abandon the vast majority of the information flow inside. He could only place the danger and stimulation range at the ability user level. At the same time, he set up a sentry post around his family members. This sort of defensive measure was enough to guard against enemies like Jin Tong and the 5 Metal Hunting Group, who were accustomed to using extraordinary powers. However, Huane also gave him a warning. As the information spread, the various powers of capital would come up with more tricks. Perhaps they were far from having the direct, destructive power of Jin Tong, but from a practical perspective, the methods of capital were more varied, more secretive, and more impossible to guard against. Luo Nan deeply believed in this, but the more this was so, the more it was impossible for him to abandon the structure of the soul cloak. He had thought of many ideas. He had already applied to President Ouyang to increase the privileges of the computing space, transferring a portion of the pressure to the supercomputer resources of the branch. However, this sort of method required a layer of transformation. It was only suitable for analysis and prediction. It was impossible to react in time when serious, unexpected situations truly occurred. Only Luo Nan himself truly understood the pressure he bore from last night until now. Other people were like Qin Ikuin, completely unaware of it, or they saw it as a matter of course. Her Majesty Empress Wu was a bit like this. It was rare for Wan Ta to be able to see his abilities and understand his difficulties. Luo Nan couldn't help but speak a few words to relieve the pressure. The results were pretty good. The previous wave of drowsiness had passed. Chatting with Wan Ta probably caused him to be distracted, allowing his suppressed cerebral cortex to get some rest. Nothing unexpected happened during this time. Did I use too much strength? Luo Nan was reflecting on himself. The problem was that even though he knew the flaws of this method, he had no other choice in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. Luo Nan sighed from the bottom of his heart and smiled at Wan Ta. Dean, you said that you would teach me the art of creation. Of course, he didn't want to learn it right now. He just wanted to start a new topic. However, Wan Ta's answer was unexpected. Right now, what you need isn't the art of creation. Wan Ta was silent for a full 5 seconds when he spoke to this point. Then he spoke softly. Are you interested in overall planning? Overall planning? Luo Nan subconsciously sat up straight. Though it wasn't a proper noun, its meaning was very clear when placed in the context of Wan Ta. This wasn't the first time he heard of it. Wan Ta was a bit surprised to see Luo Nan's reaction. You know about it? Oh, Junping told you about it? There's also Weiwu. Whether it was Xie Junping or Di Weiwu, both of them boasted about this ability to the point of being godly. Multitasking, all-seeing. It was as if learning this would allow one's IQ to easily break the charts. Speaking of which, if there was a drug that could increase one's IQ, no, it could increase one's information processing ability placed before Luo Nan's eyes. He would definitely swallow it in one gulp, no matter what side effects it had. Therefore, Luo Nan's heart palpitated with excitement, even though Wan Ta was just talking about it. But soon he straightened out his attitude. After all, Xie Junping had said that if he wanted to reach the level of overall planning, he would need to go through 5 or 6 stages and spend 3 to 5 years of time. Even if the method was impressive, the threshold of time was there. It was useless if he couldn't cross it. Luo Nan laughed. My math grades are only average. He still held the attitude of chatting and chatting, but Wan Ta appeared very serious. Though overall planning is essentially an algorithm, we don't need to use mathematical logic to explain it. If there is a certain language or code, then it should be a signal from the brain itself. Really? Luo Nan blinked his eyes. Wan Ta really did turn serious. He gazed at Luo Nan. For the vast majority of people, learning this kind of code is like having an unreal dream, Because our consciousness has no way of sensing brain activity, we can only use logic, including experiments on our own bodies, to verify it one by one. But you are different. At least I believe you are. Are you referring to introspection? Is this a prerequisite? Luonen guessed. Wan Ta shook his head. You need to have the precision to touch the nervous system. This requirement is a bit high, but Luo Nan was completely capable of this. As a psychic ability user who was proficient in internal refinement, introspection wasn't difficult for him, and his many years of experience in drug modification had given him an extremely high sensitivity towards his own nervous system. He also possessed the corresponding understanding. And at this time, Luo Nan finally discovered that Wan Ta was undoubtedly communicating with him. It could be said that he was teaching a few things. The tea on the short table to the side was already cold, but no one remembered to change it, let alone Luo Nan. Even Chi Kuin couldn't help but prick up his ears. He wanted to see what this so-called overall planning theory looked like. Only Rue Wen sat quietly on the sofa. She seemed to be listening, but she also seemed to be daydreaming. Her aura was faint, making people unconsciously ignore her existence. Wan Ta spoke softly. Right now, there is no harm in verifying it. You are also a professional researcher of the nervous system. The algorithm I proposed is based on a few basic facts. Please pay attention to whether or not it goes against your common sense. First, the brain possesses an extremely complex parallel structure. But most of the time, when a person perceives a meaningful and complete piece of information, it is established on top of a sequence of time. It will certainly display a sequential order. The meaning of these words was that the brain could only handle one meaningful task at a time. It could also be said that the same task often required the brain to utilize multiple functional areas in cooperation to complete it. This was something that had been proven by relevant research for many years. It was also a point that people criticized the human brain as an inferior biological computer. Luo Nan was able to see this from his biology textbook, so he immediately expressed his approval without hesitation. But then he thought of something else in the blink of an eye. Since this was the case, what was the meaning of multitasking? There was clearly a contradiction. Wan Ta didn't verify it a step further. He continued, Second, depolarization will occur when a nerve cell is activated. During this time, the nerve cell will no longer receive new information. In other words, there is a gap between activation and inhibition. Yes, this is common sense. Dean Wan Ta sped up his speech. Third, the brain's reaction time is different for each level of input information. But in the end, there will certainly be an algorithm that encompasses everything, translating it into human language and habits of thought. Fourth, the integration and calculation process of external information mostly occurs in the deep waters that humans are unable to perceive. This is the direction and result of the evolution of the human brain. Luo Nan only thought for a moment before admitting that there was nothing wrong with this. This was all basic knowledge in the relevant field. Even if there were some disputes, it was still feasible to talk about it. Wan Ta smiled. You see, there is a division of labor, a gap, a difference, a direction, and a result. In this way, as long as one has the means of transformation, one can target one's own perception and thought and follow a certain rhythm and a certain order to carry out dispatching, making it more efficient. This is all possible. Luo Nan slowly nodded his head, agreeing with this logic. Wan Ta summarized. On this basis, the meaning of overall coordination is to adjust the reception and reaction rate of each level of information during the time that humans can form effective responses. This is to reduce mutual interference as much as possible, yet it is necessary to integrate efficiently. Finally, it is unified at the highest level of thought. Luo Nan pondered seriously for a moment. He scratched his head and said, I roughly understand. Dean, what you mean is to grasp the rhythm of activation and inhibition of the nerve cell, to increase the level of information, to receive more information in the same amount of time. Oh, if the frequency of integration is increased, some perceptible thought processes may evolve into instincts. But this is a complete transformation of the brain's mental functions. Even if the large structure remains the same, how can the synaptic connections be added or deleted be in the billions? Even if the nervous system is extremely malleable, how can we grasp this direction and scale? Chapter 5:20. 4:10 in the afternoon. In a small room on the 7th floor of the Shangding building, Luo Nan sat on a recliner, slowly flipping through the information on the flexible screen in a leisurely manner. However, a sharp needle tube was connected to his wrist. It was through this channel that the relevant drug components entered his blood vessels in an unending stream. They passed through the blood circulation, broke through the blood-brain barrier, and acted upon the cerebral cortex. This component had no other effects. It just made Luo Nan's nerve cells more sensitive, helping these thoroughly tempered nerve structures to better absorb other drugs. Otherwise, even if Luo Nan was injected with a stimulant drug that exceeded the lethal dose of an ordinary person by 10 times, he would not be affected. This time, the infusion would last for nearly 6 hours. Only then could Luo Nan absorb the relevant stimulant drug for the next 2 to 3 days. This would guarantee his ability to maintain a conscious state. You're losing for 6 hours now, but you'll lose for 6 days later. The price is far too great. Speaking of which, President Ouyang and Her Majesty Empress Wu are looking after you. What are you worried about? It's useless to be worried. I'm taking the risk of becoming a drug dealer to help you. Don't you feel embarrassed if you don't give me a few molecular formulas? Brother Octopus, who had taken a temporary leave of absence from the laboratory, stood to the side. He seriously evaluated the dosage of the drug and the changes in Luo Nan's body. He couldn't help but shift his gaze as he mumbled to himself. He secretly sized up the seemingly well-behaved and quiet Miss 2000th. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "She's not some outstanding beauty. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Could geniuses really be omnipotent? Could they see what this little girl would look like after she matured? If Luo Nan harbored such thoughts, then damn, a minimum of 3 years." Hold on. It seemed that Luo Nan was still in the so-called juvenile criminal protection period. The tricks of geniuses were too deep. Forgive Brother Octopus for learning from Luo Nan recently. He did more experiments on himself, and his train of thought became more and more bizarre. Then he saw Luo Nan open the working area of the drawing software and casually draw on it. It looked like he was drawing a half-sphere, layer after layer, nested layer after layer. It was like a simple and primitive nesting doll game. Chi Nikuan walked in at this time. He hesitated for a moment when he saw this scene, but he couldn't hold back. He said to Luo Nan, "Should we give Dean Wan's explanation to President Ouyang and urge you to study it? After all, it involves the modification of the nervous system, and the risk is relatively high. I don't think President Wan has any intention of keeping it a secret." Chi Nikuan's words were not biased. When Wan Ta mentioned the overall plan in front of him, he did not intend to hide anything. But from another perspective, there were only a few people in Xia City who could put Wan Ta's theory into practice in a short period of time. As a bodyguard, Chi Nikuan was used to thinking of the worst possible situation. Let's not talk about what Wan Ta's intentions were. Just consider the objective situation. Putting this theory into practice in the nervous system might lead to damage to Luo Nan or even the other people's nervous systems. This would result in injuries. Considering the current complex situation in Xia City, it was not impossible for someone to come and destroy them. Luo Nan grunted. "I've already sent a copy to President Ouyang. He said that it's very interesting. I can give it a try first. After some time, when he's done with his work, he'll personally verify it before communicating with Dean Wan." Chi Nikuan was speechless. Wasn't this what he was most worried about? At a time like this, Vice President, he was indeed more trustworthy. It didn't matter that they were talking here, but Brother Octopus's curiosity was piqued. Hey, Isn't there someone else here? What are you guys talking about? The research of the nervous system is also my field. Tell you, and then add one more victim to the list of possible victims? Chi Ni-Kuin just gave him a sideways glance when Luo Nen tapped the flexible screen interface. There's no harm in telling you. I just learned an applied theory from a very powerful fellow. That Dean Wan? That's right. Dean Wan calls it the overall plan. Luo Nen gave a general introduction. Brother Octopus's eyes lit up when he heard this. His main research direction was neurochemistry. The core theory isn't that amazing, but the application method is far too rare. If it really is useful, then wouldn't the calculation and judgment abilities of all ability users in the future be raised to a whole new level? Yeah, that's why I want to give it a try. This isn't something that can be done in a day or two. Oh, if it's you, then it really might be possible. Chi Ni-Kuin wanted to strangle Octopus's neck right now. But Luo Nan's words caused his vision to darken. I'm already trying. Right now, I'm mainly performing decomposition and reconstruction on the perceptual plane. Octopus didn't look at the apparatus anymore. He came over and asked, "How is it?" There are a few overlapping areas, for example, the hippocampus. More attention needs to be paid to discrimination and layering. The response of the peripheral nerves is a bit larger. It's probably because the auditory and tactile senses share more brain regions. It also involves a portion of the spinal cord's functions. Only now did Chi Ni-Kuin discover that Luo Nan's fingers were twitching a bit unconsciously. Looking closely, even his feet were the same. Luo Nan smiled when he noticed Chi Ni-Kuin's gaze. He didn't mind at all. These are all controllable. Because everyone's situation is different, some adjustments need to be made to the details. Okay. As he spoke, the corresponding trembling slowed down and even disappeared. Octopus was excited. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Let me connect the brainwave analyzer. Do I need an MRI or something? Luo Nen shook his head. Not for now. I've recorded all the relevant data through the hexaear, but it's hard to say if it's universal or not. There's no other way. Geniuses are always different from mortals. What are you planning to do next? Let's do mental sensing. This isn't going through the functional organs, but it's an input of stimulation to the functional brain regions. Right now, my senses are mainly visual, but there's also a portion of primitive senses, like dangerous stimuli. There's also a higher level part, like the sensing of soul strength fluctuations. His words were quite abstract, but the actual difficulty was 100 times, 1,000 times higher. For a normal person, just the mechanism of vision alone involved over 30 functional brain regions. Hearing, touch, smell, and taste were a bit simpler, but most of them had over 10. These regions were distributed in various parts of the brain. They each formed an image and interconnected with each other to form a marvelous topological diagram. If he really had to ponder over how to reorganize and reconstruct these regions, it would be like controlling several dozen or 100 fierce horses at the same time. Not only would he have to divert them to different levels and directions, he would also have to avoid them clashing with each other and pulling him back. Just thinking about it was enough to make a person collapse. Thanks to Wanta, what he provided wasn't a simple theory. Instead, it was a complete system that could be followed and compared. It was the same as taking out a clear engineering blueprint. As long as one had basic professional knowledge, it was fine to follow it. Even if one didn't know the reason for it in a short time, it was fine to imitate it. And it was because of this that Chi Ni-Kuin's worries were normal in a certain sense. Luo Nan's method was both complicated and dangerous. Wanta also said that normal cultivation shouldn't be like this. Xie Junping and the others had smoother methods to help them carry out the gradual division, reorganization, and other processes in order to suit the normal development and metabolic rhythm of the brain. Luo Nan directly set out to transform and straighten. It was no different from a complex brain surgery that didn't require a craniotomy. The risk factor soared. but it wasn't to the extent of being radical. In fact, Luo Nan's nervous system had undergone at least 2 large-scale transformations. The first time was also the most fundamental. It was when he was between the ages of 10 to 15. He followed his grandfather's notes and carried out experiments on the basic container of formatting theory. This process of drug transformation spanned 5 years. It used an extremely dangerous and extremely cruel method to completely transform Luo Nan's nervous system and physiological foundation. It opened up a heavenly ladder from the material plane to the mental world. It was during this process of transformation that Luo Nan's neural network, which covered his entire body, possessed a high degree of plasticity. The second transformation was when Luo Nan learned from Jim Mastershio. He came into contact with the internal training method and carried out the cultivation of the 9 orifices and 6 roots technique on this foundation. Of course, there was also a main axis of coupling. This included the actual combat strengthening of his Sanzho training. This transformation was very short compared to the 5-year process of drug transformation, but it systematically fed back the accumulation of Luo Nan's mental domain to his fleshly body. While strengthening his body, it formed the most revered basic modes of the external 3 harmonies and the internal 3 harmonies in traditional martial arts theory. This allowed Luo Nan to make accurate and efficient responses to external stimuli. It could be said that the growth and development of Luo Nan's neural network and its further expansion and shaping were all on a relatively correct and extremely high path. This foundation was something that Xie Junping, Du Yong, and the other beginner cultivators were unable to reach. Even the vast majority of ability users who had already entered the sect and possessed certain accomplishments were unable to reach. Luo Nan's nervous system was the most complete and perfect building material for plasticity. The corresponding optimization and transformation of the nervous system was just like building blocks. Changing parts of the structural relationships could be reversed at any time. In other words, all he needed to do was erase the newly added synaptic connections and extinguish the corresponding neuronal activation resonance frequency. There was no need to doubt that Luo Nan had this ability. Therefore, when he understood the theoretical foundation of overall planning, all he needed to do was to take the good habits and patterns he had formed in the past. He needed to carry out a simple combing according to the requirements of this theory. He needed to reduce the mutual interference and interference between brain regions to the lowest level. Then, he sealed them layer by layer and placed them into the most suitable level and position. He sank them into the deepest depths of the iceberg of the subconscious. Only then did he carry out a higher level secondary coding. He transformed the reasoning that originally required the participation of subjective consciousness into a kind of intuition and instantaneous judgment. The workload of the brain didn't actually decrease during this process, but it was able to form the most competitive supply chain. It crushed the primitive, unconscious, and inefficient modes of thought. Octopus appeared to be a mad scientist, but he was actually quite cautious in nature. Seeing that Luo Nan hadn't spoken for some time, he became a bit nervous. "How do you feel right now? How are you compared to before?" Luo Nan shook his head slightly. "I can't tell for now. After all, I've learned the 9 orifices, 6 roots technique from Jim Mastershio. I've already reached the pinnacle of perceiving order. It'll be hard for me to make any clear breakthroughs in a short period of time, and I need to redo logic programming for deeper calculations. I want Brother Bamboo Pole to help me do some calculations and verification. At the very least, I need to understand the internal logic within." Octopus gave him a thumbs up. "You have a clear train of thought." Luo Nan sighed. "It's not my train of thought. Truth be told, everything else about Dean Wan is good. It's just that the materialism of cultivation is really awkward. If I don't change it a bit, my brain will be in a mess." Chapter 5:21. The core of Vanta's theory was based on materialism. From his perspective, Even if it was a spiritual ability user's out-of-body phenomenon, it was still nothing more than a projection of the human body's energy structure in the material world. As for the current state of the spiritual plane, it could be explained by the theory of the higher dimensional world. Regardless of who was right and who was wrong, Luo Nan's brain would be screwed if he accepted the complex theories of two systems at the same time. Luo Nan could only make adjustments according to his own actual circumstances. Octopus expressed his support. Just ask Bamboo Pole for help. This guy has a deep understanding of neural network algorithms. I usually ask him for help when I'm making models. Of course, Mr. Luo, please don't forget about me. When I write my thesis, I don't have time to write a thesis. I have. Ahem, I mean after the transfer is over, I'll definitely have time. Otherwise, what are the 8 tentacles of an octopus for? Well, let's not talk about being the corresponding author or the first author. I'd even accept the title of the second author. Luo Nan chuckled twice, and his mind relaxed quite a bit. Octopus continued to ponder over the overall planning theory and clicked his tongue. This Dinwan is also an interesting person. It's obviously his special skill, but he said he would teach it all at once. I didn't. Qin Ikuan witnessed Wanta teaching such a profound and complicated technique with his own eyes. The pressure was immense, and he felt as if his brain was half disabled. Since he had listened from the beginning to the end, he knew the difference. That person only told me the result directly, saying that it was enough for Mr. Luo to know this. He only mentioned a few words about the complicated ritual to advance from the basic level to the advanced level. That is something unique to their sect. Octopus instantly understood. I've given you the blueprint and asked you to reverse it. Actually, it's more or less the same. I think there's a big difference. No difference, no difference. As long as you have the answer, you can try a few more times. Qin Ikuan couldn't help but want to sigh. Someone quickly come and control this bunch of Frankenstein monsters who didn't take their lives seriously. Before he could finish sighing, the door to the room opened and someone else walked in. The room, which was not very spacious to begin with, became even more cramped with 5 people and equipment. When Qin Ikuan and Brother Octopus saw him, they both greeted him, Vice President. Luo Nan frowned. Sister Yuan, are you okay? He Yuan, who came in, was dressed simply and neatly. However, on her right cheek, there was a twisted scar caused by lightning. It was the mark left behind when she fought with Jin Tong in the morning. Who knew how long it would take for it to recover to its original state? He Yuan didn't care too much about her appearance. She only nodded. I'm fine. Her gaze swept over Rui Wen, who was sitting quietly. She immediately switched to the main topic. The list of all ability users who have entered or are planning to enter Xia City has been updated. The number of C-Class and above personnel had already exceeded 200, and they would arrive in the next 1 to 2 days. According to the estimates of the intelligence company, there are at least twice as many people who are still observing the situation. Luo Nan blinked his eyes, allowing his thoughts to enter the real world from laboratory mode. It's a bit less than I imagined. Luo Nan subconsciously erased the hemispherical structure on the flexible screen as he spoke. His brush fell straight to the ground, dividing the work into 2 parts. In his opinion, this represented the classification of the enemies he was currently facing. He wrote 200 on the left side, circled it, and drew a cross in passing. This action was nothing in the eyes of others, but Qin Ikuan, Luo Nan's personal bodyguard, had a belly full of subtle information from the conversation between Luo Nan and Dean Wanta. He was at a sensitive time, and his eyelids twitched when he saw this. Luo Nan muttered to himself, "These are the guys who are tempted and have a lot of motivation. They are driven by their desires. They come as they please. The most typical example is Jin Tong. Are there many extraordinaries like Jin Tong?" He Yuan said calmly, "There are quite a few. But after this morning's battle, President Ouyang and Her Majesty Empress will form a certain deterrent force." Those people will be more cautious and observe before confirming the news of Jean Tong's death. In addition, President Ouyang is urging headquarters to pass a resolution opposing Jean Tong's actions of attacking a member of the society. He also requests the relevant parties of the inner world to boycott the rewards, missions, and so on related to the so-called 2000th. Octopus couldn't help but interject. How could headquarters let the agreement pass? But they can make their respective standpoints clear. Let everyone stand on the front stage. Is it convenient to take precautions? Want to start a war? He Wayne didn't respond this time. Luo Nan casually moved his pen and scribbled on the other side of the blank space. There's also a part of them. They are the major powers and capitals. In other words, they are orders and financial groups. They also have desires, but they are a bit more abstract. They are considerations of benefits. For the time being, I believe that they will be a bit more rational. At the very least, they will make some risk assessments. There was a hidden meaning in his words. It was true that this part of the threat was more rational, but their infiltration into modern society was pervasive. There were many people who were completely unaware of the 16 billion and the 2000th. They would be driven by these powers and cause trouble for Luo Nan. Even if the news of Jean Tong's death was announced to the public right now, it would at most restrain the first group of stragglers who were driven by desires. As for the large-scale powers, they were large in size and had high sights. They considered the profits of a few years or a few decades later. The death of one or two extraordinaries did not hurt them at all. Perhaps from their perspective, it would be best for the society's internal members and even the entire inner world to beat the brains out of these people. This would be the most beneficial for them in the long run. The various secret orders basically act according to the rules of the inner world. And a portion of the officials don't wish for too many elements of the inner world to be mixed into their projects. From the looks of things, the majority of the powers of the secret orders are still watching from the sidelines. He Wayne analyzed softly. She reminded Luo Nan once more. It's just that threats don't have much effect when it comes to capital, especially when they see the huge profits. Capital has its own will, but in most cases, it doesn't move according to the will of an individual. Octopus was a bit more acerbic. In comparison, politicians are more principled than them. Of course, most of the time there are illicit relationships on both sides, false bonds. Luo Nan looked at the drawing interface. His gaze was fixed on it, but his thoughts were drifting far away. Even so, we can't do nothing before we find a more effective method. From his perspective, it was impossible to chop off the brains of capital. However, if he were to destroy the tools and other means of production of capital, the situation might have changed by then. In other words, he had to take the initiative to change the current situation. He had to break this damned balance, and he had to tilt it in a direction that was advantageous to him. This required a more accurate, more powerful attack. Luo Nan was preparing for this. Brother Octopus reminded them at this time, I'm starting to add ingredients. Why don't you guys slow down and keep quiet? He Wayne heard this and said, I won't disturb you guys anymore. You guys can continue. She gave a slight greeting to everyone in the room as she spoke, pushed open the door and left. Huh. Chi Nikuin's mind was a bit stupefied. He remembered that he had already reported the relevant situation. With He Yuan's rational personality, she should have at least given a few words of advice regarding Luo Nan's actions, right? But what was happening right now? Oh, there was quite a bit of tacit understanding between them. Qin Ikuin furrowed his brows in contemplation. His heart grew more and more apprehensive. Luo Nan closed his eyes on the recliner. He experienced the familiar yet unfamiliar feeling of the stimulant drug composition seeping into his neurons. It was familiar because this situation had been repeated several thousand times over the past 5 years. It was unfamiliar because his foundational vessel had successfully advanced into the My Heart's a Prison format. This was the first time he had truly received the stimulant effects of such a taboo drug. After several months of cultivation, his grasp of his body and mind was far from what it was 2 months ago. It was just as Dean one had said. The self-awareness of an ordinary person was actually excluded from the foundational operation of the brain. But at this time, Luo Nen could truly feel the precise, yet rough, strict, and random natural operation pattern of his brain. This was a warm, moist, marvelous domain that could create miracles at any time, yet it was overgrown with weeds. Luo Nen hadn't actually changed too much with the entry of the logic of overall planning. However, his understanding of this domain was completely different now that he looked within himself. It was like learning ancient literature. He looked at the densely packed uncommon characters, the polysemous characters, the phonetic characters, and the awkward syntax. It was hard to think of the image, hard to decipher the meaning. Everything was chaotic when he skimmed over it. But when you really compared the exegesis and annotations, successfully read and memorized it, you could at least have an idea of the structure, the grammar, and the derivation of the branches and tendrils of the text. Overall planning was a work of exegesis on the logic of the brain's functional functions. Even if it was just the words of one school, the meaning was clear and unobstructed. Just by looking at the method, Luo Nen naturally knew where the most important and crucial parts of the text were. There were also some unfinished meanings within that needed to be studied diligently in the future to seek a deeper understanding. This kind of directional pointer was truly rare and exquisite. Luo Nen carried out deductions according to the theory of overall planning. He sorted out the difficulties within one by one, preparing to clarify and express it to bamboo pole in order to form a complete model. Of course, he could also seek guidance from President Ouyang and Wanta. Luo Nen engraved these sluggish nodes in his mind. The number gradually increased, and it was hard for Luo Nen to avoid further pondering and pondering. He sought to make the connections within smooth and clear. At the same time, his cerebral cortex was exceptionally active due to the stimulant drug composition. Some fantastic ideas, whether they were illusions or inspirations, were actually random splicing and combinations of relevant information. They were mapped onto the plane of his consciousness, changing in a myriad of colors. But Luo Nen knew that this state was a precursor to losing control of his mind. He immediately prepared to collect his mind and suppress it. But Luo Nen never truly calmed his mind. These chaotic thoughts were naturally divided, categorized, eliminated, and cancelled. A considerable portion of the meaningless deformations were eliminated. This, the elementary logical model of thought of overall planning, seemed to have unwittingly formed an embryonic form. Before he could finish his thought, a ray of light suddenly leaped in his mind. It was not a flash of inspiration, but lightning. Lightning suddenly radiated in all directions from the depths of his brain. It wandered and weaved in and out. In that instant, it was as if a layer of stricter outer membrane had been plated over this region that had just seen the law for the first time. Chapter 5:22. Electricity flickered and instantly filled his brain. Such a scene stirred Luo Nan's mind. He wanted to defend, but he didn't know where to start. His body went stiff by instinct. He only let out a sigh of relief when he discovered that the electricity did not penetrate the material plane. But a problem followed. The external neuron. What the hell was going on? Hey, don't let your imagination run wild. Don't scare people. Brother Octopus slapped Luo Nan on the shoulder. Luo Nan's brain waves fluctuated violently from 2 seconds ago. It nearly made Brother Octopus believe that the drug ingredients had accidentally injured some of his nerves. He broke into a cold sweat on the spot. Luo Nan composed himself and raised his hand in apology. "I'm sorry. It might be a stress reaction. Let me adjust a bit." Actually, Luo Nan didn't even know what he said. Right now his brain was filled with the external neuron, but he was completely clueless. How could he calm down for a time? "Are you sure you're fine?" Octopus was skeptical. He moved closer to the integrated interface of the device and looked at a few key pieces of data. He carefully considered the next dose. No. Hiss. I'm really fine. Luo Nan suddenly shivered. He shifted his gaze following this feeling, and saw Rue when staring at him. Her pupils were deep. It was impossible to tell whether it was curiosity, concern, or pure observation. Though the abnormal activity of the external neuron did not affect Luo Nan's brain tissues, it seemed to have caused some effects within Luo Nan's sealed system. Rue Wen was temporarily residing within the sealed system. Naturally, she could sense it, and since it existed in the form of the condensation ring, it was the core link of the entire soul cloak. The corresponding fluctuations swept past all of Luo Nan's current monitoring regions. Fortunately, the electricity of the external neuron was withdrawn as soon as it was released. It swept past the depths of Luo Nan's polar domain. Even though there were some slight vibrations and effects, they were transmitted through the layers of mental curtains. By the time it permeated into Luo Nan's polar domain, it was already weak to the point where it was hard for Luo Nan to detect it. It didn't cause any effects to the outside world. Ever since he took the external neuron out of the flexible screen and allowed it to see the light of day once more, it had never been this agitated aside from the early, active charging phase. What was the reason for this? Luo Nan's eyebrows jumped. He really wanted to immediately pull that thing out and size it up before his eyes. But he also knew that he was in front of people, and he was in the middle of injecting the drug. Both inside and outside were under the monitoring of the device. It wasn't a good time to investigate in detail. After thinking about it for a while, he forced his eyes shut. However, the drowsiness had long been crushed by the medicine. Under his slightly trembling eyelids, it was even more difficult for him to calm down. Left with no other choice, he could only silently recite the 16 words of "My Heart's a Prison" and combine it with the internal training technique taught by Jim Mastershio to forcefully calm his emotions and enter a meditative state. The cultivation during this period of time was still useful. About a minute later, he gradually calmed down and entered a semi-meditative state. The external neuron didn't go haywire again. Just like most of the time, it fell into a long period of standby. Time passed quickly. When Luo Nan opened his eyes again, he was woken up by Octopus's slap. In reality, Octopus's palm was still 10 centimeters away from his shoulder when Luo Nan raised his eyes. This gave Octopus a fright. "How did you sleep?" "I didn't sleep." Luo Nan spoke the truth. He was in a semi-meditative state, but his perception of the outside world remained sharp. He stared extremely closely at the vast surroundings that were covered by the soul cloak. Instead, he ignored the area around his body, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He indirectly ignored the meaning of himself. It was as if he was dreaming a wanton, flowing dream. This was a small technique he had learned without a teacher from the theory of overall planning. It allowed a portion of the cerebral cortex to obtain rest. Under the general background of the strong stimulation of the entire cerebral cortex by the medicine, this sort of rest was even more rare and precious. Luo Nan couldn't care less about this small improvement right now. He waited for the infusion time to end, and several monitoring instruments left his body. He immediately focused his mind into the depths of his brain and locked onto the external neuron. However, 3 hours passed, and the brilliant light that flickered on the plane of nothingness didn't show any visible changes. It still existed in the state of the condensation ring. It hung in the void of his brain where the material plane and the mental plane intersected. Luo Nan pondered for a moment, and he suddenly came to a realization. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the loose-leaf notebook in his hand. His consciousness wasn't idle either. He brought up the system interface corresponding to the external neuron. Then he saw the gray icon of the visualization diagram on the main interface, which had been stagnant for 2 months. There was a slight change in brightness now. When Luo Nan's consciousness concentrated, the icon's download progress had already silently risen by a chunk. It went from a seemingly unchanging 99% to 10, 5%. Should he express his happiness? Actually, this wasn't the most eye-catching change on the interface. What was truly eye-catching was that a new icon had appeared on the side of the gray visualization diagram. It was a complete structure made up of complex, yet clear lines. It was a simplified diagram of the outline of the human brain. The entire diagram appeared to be in a transparent state, with only clear and distinct lines filling in the gaps of the inner region of the diagram. A few specks of star-like burning points dotted the gaps. There were also lines connecting them. At first glance, it looked very much like an ancient constellation diagram. It also looked a bit like the life sketches that Luo Nan's consciousness described. The most important thing was that this virtual brain icon was colored. The bright white lines displayed information that was completely different from the gray icon next to it. This app was already in the download complete state. It could be opened at any time. Octopus waved his hand in front of Luo Nan's eyes. "You're fine, right? Get up and walk a few steps?" Luo Nan shook his head. He didn't say anything and closed his eyes again. He didn't care about anything else. He just poured his thoughts into the virtual brain icon. The interface opened in an instant. In an instant, the scene of deep space filled his senses. Since it was on the mental plane, the feeling was more intense than any special effects blockbuster. It had already reached or even surpassed the effects of virtual reality. Luo Nan felt as if he had instantly fallen into the empty outer space. The specks of starlight dotted the extreme distance, further fueling his feeling of nothingness and weightlessness. This feeling wasn't bad, but the warning pop-up window hurt the atmosphere, especially in a situation where he couldn't understand it at all. A translucent panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Complex, yet orderly words appeared on the panel. It was called words because it clearly had the special structural rules of hieroglyphics. Moreover, the rules were strict. It clearly possessed some sort of writing standard. But Luo Nan didn't recognize a single word of the rules and the standards. At best, he had a few guesses about some of the structures. He was a bit familiar. For example, the only options on the panel were probably confirm, agree, or continue, and the like. Luo Nan stared blankly at this panel for a few seconds. Countless, seemingly reasonable, yet absurd thoughts flashed through his mind. His thoughts subconsciously touched it again, and the panel immediately disappeared. His point of view also changed. A virtual brain icon similar to the app icon appeared in the starry sky. Under the contrast of the scenery in outer space, the virtual brain's first impression was that it was a half-transparent planet. The star map that included it had become much more complicated, too. There seemed to be some indescribable mysteries hidden in it. This virtual brain planet rotated noiselessly in deep space. As it rotated, Luo Nan saw a satellite orbiting it. It wasn't a satellite. At least it didn't look like one. It should be a spaceship in outer space. Its volume was about a tenth the size of the virtual brain. Its overall lines appeared very slender and graceful. It had a pleasing design. It was like a high-level spaceship that could roam in outer space. Luo Nan wasn't a military enthusiast, but he knew that only the Earth's aerospace forces could equip a spaceship like this. Only super-rich people who liked to roam in outer space would purchase one. Why did this toy suddenly appear? It couldn't be a spaceship design game, right? Another orbiting satellite appeared before he could finish his thought. Luo Nan looked at the pitch-black exoskeleton armor and turned around. Let's not talk about its design. Just by looking at its volume, it was only slightly smaller than a spaceship in the entire interface. It felt supermassive. It gave off an awkward feeling of discordant proportions. Only now did he suddenly realize something. Don't say that it was discordant. In the end, this was just an app. It was some sort of UI interface. Perhaps this app was similar to the observation platform on Gear's side. It was also a control center. Logically speaking, it controlled two resources. One was the exoskeleton, and the other was the spaceship in outer space. What the hell? Luo Nen had never seen this sort of exoskeleton armor before. He had never seen this sort of spaceship either. There was absolutely no such thing in his surroundings. He probingly touched it with his telepathic thoughts. A clear feeling of sluggishness was fed back, allowing Luo Nan to probe a step further. The two satellites were both in an unreadable state. All right, this was quite reasonable. Luo Nan turned his telepathic thoughts to the central virtual brain planet. This time there was a response. Another translucent pop-up window popped out. It was still a paragraph of unintelligible text, but this time 2 options appeared below the text. The form was quite clear. One was the selected state. The other was the unselected state. Luo Nen had often seen these sorts of options using normal logic. There was a high probability of one being yes and one being no. The question was, what was it? What was it that was no? Though the interface gave him options, Luo Nen didn't have much leeway to choose. At best, he could flip a coin. Oh, he could also decide whether to choose now or to choose later. Luo Nen chose the latter. After all, now wasn't the best time to delve deeper. He had been in a daze for far too long. Octopus already wanted to put a new device on him. I'm fine. If you're fine, then why are you fainting? Who's fainting? Doesn't internal vision take time? A machine might crash when it does a self-examination, let alone the nervous system. Luo Nan stood up and moved his waist and legs a bit. He didn't see any changes, except for the brand new human-computer interface that had already been engraved into his brain. Chin Ikuin raised his hand to indicate to him at this time. On his hand was the wristband that Luo Nen had taken off before injecting the drug. This toy buzzed and vibrated. The collar displayed was none other than Amoya. Chapter 5:23. The jeep slid down the street without a sound. It made a slight turn and entered a temporary parking space on the side of the street. It just so happened to exhaust its kinetic energy and stop. The lights inside the jeep lit up, illuminating the 5 people packed to the brim. Aside from the fixed group of Luo Nan, Rui Win, Chin Ikuin, and Gouda, there was another person in the front passenger seat. This person was also a familiar face, Cat Eyes. She had temporarily joined the security team at Luo Nan's request. Nominally, it was to make it easier to look after Ruewin. In reality, it really was like this. It was just that there was a hidden condition. To better conceal some of Ruewin's peculiarities, especially during the time when Luo Nan and she were temporarily separated. Of course, Cat Eyes' own investigative abilities were well known in the Xia City branch. She absolutely had the qualifications to join the security team. Chin Ikuin and Gouda had no objections. Mr. Luo, don't worry. We will look after Ruewin well. Chin Ikuin displayed his usual sense of responsibility. Cat Eyes, who was truly in charge of this matter, curled her lips. Okay. Luo Nan thought of the scene of Ruewin killing Jin Tong in one strike when he said these words. Frankly speaking, it was quite difficult to look after a girl who could flash several hundred kilometers away at any time. Luo Nan revealed a smiling face to the girl beside him. Ruewin? Ruewin, who was sitting upright by the window, withdrew her gaze that was cast deep into the night sky. She looked back, her gaze clear, quiet, and silent. It had already been 24 hours since last night, and she had spoken no more than 5 sentences. She felt that she was even more reticent than she was in the underground fighting arena. Luo Nan didn't mind. He spoke in a low voice. We need to separate for a while. If you need anything, you can tell me at any time. You have the wristband and the hexa ear. My contact information is on them. If you really can't do it, you can come personally. See that road outside? Follow it straight ahead. My house is around 400 meters away. As long as Ruewin had a clear location, she could come to his house as a guest in the blink of an eye. However, Chin Ikuin didn't have a perceptual understanding of Ruewin's abilities. He just thought that Luo Nan was worried that Rui Wen wasn't used to being alone. He said, "Our surveillance point is nearby. It's an independent apartment. The environment is pretty good." Cat Eyes had been called to work overtime at the last minute. She still had a belly full of resentment right now. She couldn't help but mock and ridicule in her words. "I see that Rui Wen is quite easy." Luo Nan glared at her, but in the end he didn't retort. Luo Nan closed the car door with a slight bang and walked into the community. Just as he said to Rui Wen, he would reach home in a few hundred meters. In the past, it was a place to rest and relax. In order to maintain this most precious function in the future, he now had to face challenges. Luo Nan exercised his facial muscles a bit and permeated his soul strength into the Hexa-ear. He opened a document within the cloud storage space. This was the magic weapon that Luo Nan used to fool his family. He discovered that Moya had already sent some inklings in the afternoon, so he specifically asked He Wayne to help him make it. Officer He's move was indeed extraordinary. There were approximately a dozen or so pages of relevant documents. Plans were listed for Luo Nan to choose from. Each plan was detailed and thorough. Even the steps and the corresponding explanations were listed. It was precisely because of this proposal document that Luo Nan's wishful thinking stopped. Otherwise, he really would have dared to directly bring Rui Wen back home. No matter how the situation developed, perhaps there would be no leeway to turn things around. Luo Nan had already read through the proposal in detail many times. He had made a preliminary choice. However, He Wayne bluntly stated at the beginning of the proposal, "No proposal is perfect. If you want to convince and hide it from these two elders who already have their own views, then it will be a test of your ability to adapt to the situation." The problem was that adaptability had never been Luo Nan's strong suit. Luo Nan sighed. He confirmed that the document in the cloud was kept open from beginning to end. He thought for a bit and opened a group chat window. He chose to share the view and typed a line of words inside. "If there's any unexpected situation, you guys help me handle it." Cat Eyes was the first to reply. "It's rare to have such self-awareness. Things need to be done in the front. Otherwise, people will have to clean up after you." "Then what are you cleaning up in the front?" The veteran train driver's bamboo pole spirit appeared in a flash. He pulled out a string of 666,666. It could be said that practically everyone in this friend group exploded. Relax, relax. Take deep breaths. Clench your teeth. Shrink your anus and lift your hips. After a long string of messages, someone finally broke the group. "Don't forget to start with 3 years, Cat Eyes." Luo Nan walked into the courtyard of his home under the noisy background of the friend group. The AI housekeeper detected his existence through a sensor and timely said, "Luo Nan, after 38 hours, welcome home." Luo Nan's eyelids twitched. They just changed it. Who used this setting? Ding dong. Our philanthropist is back. Moya greeted him from the living room as Luo Nan entered the house to change his shoes. The outside of the house was freezing cold, but the inside of the house was as warm as spring. Moya dressed very casually at home. She wore a loose, striped casual outfit, and then she played with the style of not wearing anything underneath. Her snow-white long legs were practically completely exposed. She lay on the sofa with her long legs resting on the armrest of the sofa. She even used a knife to cut apples and sent them piece by piece into her mouth. She looked quite carefree. Oh, the welfare. Boss Luo, I remember that your sister is still single right now. Do you mind if I join the group of pursuers? A notification popped up in the group. Bamboo pole has been muted by Administrator Luo Nan for 1 minute. Luo Nan's gaze turned to the bottom of the sofa after completing the operation. He looked at Mo Peng, who had a bitter expression on his face as he supported himself with a tablet. It was clear that this little fatty had no choice but to succumb to his sister's tyrannical power. He was almost at his limit right now. Not only was he drenched in sweat, but his butt was almost over the sofa. Then, Mo, you kicked him down without a trace of politeness. Oh my God. Keep going. You dared to sell my private photos. Why don't you go to heaven? Mo Pung lay on the carpet like a pig looking for death. He wouldn't budge no matter what. He even bickered with his sister. That's not selling. That's just gifting. Then there's reciprocation. This is how friendships develop. Luo Nan, you be the judge. I've already stressed it 100 times. That's a girl, a girl, a girl. Mo, you still won't let it go. Speaking of which, what are you afraid of? Ha 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 ha, this little fatty is quite cute. Ying, do you want him? Bamboo Pole was muted by Administrator Zhang Ying for 10 minutes. Luo Nan's nerves had been stretched taut like a bow, but now he had to loosen up. Plus, he didn't have to face his aunt and uncle right away. This made him feel a bit relaxed. Luo Nan sat on the sofa and let out a breath. He asked despite knowing the answer, "Where's Aunt and the others?" Amoya finished eating the apple and threw the core into the trash can. She played with the fruit knife in her hand. She responded lazily, "They're in the study upstairs. They're having a board of directors meeting right now. They'll have a staff meeting after they've decided on a plan." Mo Pung secretly crawled a bit further away. He pulled some distance from Amoya and used Luo Nan as a shield. Only then did he struggle to get up. He panted as he leaned against Luo Nan's side and asked, "I say, I heard that your love exploded. In order to take care of a street kid, you accompanied him to the orphanage for an entire night?" "Yeah, I never saw it before. Speaking of which, is it a boy or a girl? You don't have any ideas, right?" Yeah, we want to know too." A group of friends randomly entered the group. Luonan rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he didn't need to exhaust his brain power for this sort of senseless matter. He knew that the two elders had already come downstairs after hearing the AI housekeeper's report. His aunt's voice came from the staircase in the next moment. "How come you're back so late?" It was the same sort of concern that seemed normal, but Luo Nan raised his spirits. He told his first lie of the night in earnest. "I finished helping that child with the procedures, and then I invited a few helper friends to a meal." The two elders walked into the living room as they spoke and sat on the sofa. The semicircular sofa layout just happened to accommodate a family of 5. The atmosphere of a family meeting was immediately present. As the head of the family, Mo Hyang gave Luo Nan a few words of advice. The state of emergency hasn't been lifted yet. Don't take it lightly. This sort of vicious incident where over 100 people died in a single night is rarely seen in the entire world, let alone Xia City. If I didn't hear from Amoya that your friends are professional security circles, your aunt would have gone outside to bring you back." Luo Nan responded obediently and took the opportunity to explain a few words, laying the groundwork. "After I learned martial arts from Gym Master Xiao, I entered that circle. Many of my peers are in the security industry. Their personalities aren't bad. Amoya occupied the sofa all by herself. She felt quite uncomfortable. Luo Shuqing glared at her, but Amoya pretended not to see it. She spoke lazily. "You've entered the circle. Let's not talk about other things. But you've done things more efficiently. You've learned the skill of acting first and reporting later. Aren't you going to explain it to everyone?" "You're talking about Rue Wen?" Luo Nan lied with his eyes wide open. "I'm just helping her with the procedures and giving her a legal identity." "What do you mean acting first and reporting later?" "Of course, it would be better if I could help her to the end." Amoya laughed. "How do you want to help her?" "That kid is really pitiful, but there are millions and millions of vagrants in the world. Are you going to help all of them?" Amoya was doubtful from beginning to end, but she was actually paving the way for Luo Nan with every word. She saved Luo Nan the unnecessary explanation and made it easier for Luo Nan to get straight to the point. Luo Nan licked his lips. He secretly thanked Amoya and took this opportunity. Rue Wen isn't a vagrant. His words set the tone. Luo Nan stood up and walked over to Mrs. Luo Shuqing's side with a loose-leaf notebook. He flipped to the flexible screen page and lit up the interface. He turned on the player and spoke in a low voice. "Please take a look at this." Luo Shuqing and her husband locked gazes and took the notebook. An image had already appeared on the screen at this time. There was also noise in the background. This was the result of Luo Nan deliberately turning the volume to the maximum. The image was shaky at first. It wasn't clear, but there was a sharp, DJ-like voice that suddenly rose up. "Look, this kid is as thin as a hemp stick. She's the most hateful lucky person in the fighting arena. She's the plunderer who harvests gambling money." Rui Win. The sound of cursing mixed in the background. It was the wanton venting of hundreds and thousands of spectators. They had all lost large amounts of wealth in the previous matches. They hated that damned skinny kid who didn't die to the bone. She lived through 3 life and death battles. She made countless people suffer, and she helped those lucky bastards. But today, she's going to face Ares, who has already won 97 matches. Our undefeated war god. There's no doubt that this is a deliberately arranged revenge. It's destined to be a bloody slaughter. Let's cheer, let's celebrate, and embrace the archetype of death. Luo Nan's voice cut in faintly amidst the tsunami-like cheers. This is the brother who has always been protecting her.